Day two here at OYE, and what a incredible heifer to start out with here in the Shorthorn show. This August heifer calf, just a nice pattern female, one that balances up extremely good. Really got a lot of performance to her as well. Just really a long and extended kind of female. Looks like this one's going to have a really bright future in front of her. I commend this youngster with the quality of this heifer in this first class.
Congratulations to your first class winner, your Shorthorn breeding heifer. That is Talia Ferguson.
Horns, all June heifers out here. Real nice place to start in my mind. This white heifer to lead off this class, a heifer that really balances up extremely good. You like how the angles in her body and her shoulder, a heifer that can really get out and go, and you're very flexible as you watch this one travel around the ring. Just everything fits together on that one to lead off this class. A little bit bigger frame kind of heifer here coming in second. Sure, one that you like. The front 1/3 of her body is really extension and really angular and feminine that way. A little more mature looking for me. relation to her contemporaries out here, but a big, stout, powerful kind of female. But with that frame size, just like to see just a little bit more depth of body and depth of flank in that female to get her higher in this class. Then a real nice made kind of female coming here in third, just not enough of her. Really good in her structure and her skeleton, one that can really get out and go as far as movement on this female, but real green yet out here. Just needs more days on feed to get her higher in this class. Then young man following in behind her, just a little bit plainer made kind of heifer, a little more jammed up in her front end, not quite the look that we've got in the three that walk out ahead of her. She has a little bit of problem when you get her in motion, wants to roll up on her pastern just a little bit, but no doubt going to be a nice brood cow and be a nice project for this young man. Give him a nice hand in this June class.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, your Shorthorn
A lot of quality in this class of May heifers we've got here in the shorthorn ring, and boy, what a really nice heifer to start this class with. A heifer is just so unique looking, so good in her body shape, the extension and up through her front end. A heifer is just beautiful when you get her in motion out here, of just a really high quality individual to start with in this particular class. Now you get a little bit bigger frame kind of female coming here in second, which I don't have a problem with big ones. I like big cattle. But this heifer just struggles just a little bit when you get her in motion. She wants to just be a little more restricted when you ask her to take off and go. She doesn't have quite that unique looking front end as well we've got in the heifer that starts the class, but a big, stout, powerful individual with a lot of performance. Then we more moderate just a little bit coming here in third. Heifer didn't really figure out that she wants to be a show heifer or not out here, but a nice pattern to this heifer. She's got some length to her front end. She's got something to her as far as muscle shape. Just gets just a little bit piecier looking out here comparatively to the two that go out ahead of her. A little bit shorter coupled kind of heifer. You really admire the amount of natural muscle and shape in her. She's just a little more compact, a little bit shorter bodied and shorter fronted than the ones that will go out ahead of her. Then we get a little more greener heifer here coming. The young man in the cowboy hat, a heifer that just isn't quite there yet, but she's going to get there. There's no doubt, because she's got enough bone work underneath her. She's just and got a nice look to her out here. She's really straight line, level hip, and gives you a good look from a profile standpoint. And then young man following in behind her, a real nice angular looking kind of female, especially up through her front, but a heifer that gets pretty frail in her bone work. Just not enough heifer there overall. Like to just open that one up, give her a little more natural width and dimension from one end to the other. But excellent class from top to bottom in this May class of shorthorns.
Congratulations over here in your Class 3 placings in your shorthorn breeding heifers. Your class winner, Bentley Baldwin, followed by Emily Lucas. Third place, Abby Scott. Fourth, Eden Wilson from Atoka FFA. Fifth, Logan Harkins from Chandler. And sixth, Jimmy Spear from Tecumseh. We'll now bring in our Class 1, 2, and 3 winners and show for division champion and reserve champion, our first division in our shorthorn breeding heifers.
Horns, boy, if this is the way this show's going to be, this is going to be fantastic. Get this much quality in this first division from June to May out here. This is incredible. And these three class winners, it doesn't matter which one you pick. You're going to get a good one no matter what. So it just comes down to personal preference. I like the heifer that come out of this third class down here. She'll be your division champion. Heifer that won the first class will be your reserve. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your Division I champion and your Shorthorn breeding heifers, Bentley Baldwin. And your reserve will be Talia Ferguson out of Class 1. Congratulations.
Getting in this class of April's is younger class of this next division. Sure, some challenging things you need to work through. I mean, some gives and takes out here. This heifer to lead off the class is no doubt the most powerful heifer in this class. I mean, very good as far as her shape and the design of her, as far as the amount of muscle that's attached to her skeleton. A little more mature looking than I prefer from one end to the other, but a good sound individual that just kind of leads off this class just on power. From there, you can do some different things. I ended up going with this heifer that's real unique in the front 1/3 of her body. You'd like to change her in her top. She wants to get just a little bit easy in her top out here, but a heifer that's really youthful looking and really extended in the front 1/3. Next heifer coming out is pretty intriguing until you get her in motion. She struggles just a little bit as you get her to go. She wants to drop in her loin. She wants to get her tail head up, but she gets her parked out here, and the heifer's starting to relax now compared to when she first came into the ring. She does give you a nice look from a profile standpoint, just a little bit tighter or higher flank kind of female. Just like to soften that one up just a notch. Then the next heifer coming out, sure, a long, extended kind of female, just a little bit piecier looking out here, not quite as cool looking and put together quite as neatly as what we've got in the three that will go ahead of her. Then little heifer coming in behind her that's fifth, the sure one that has a nice brood cow look to her. She's got a real maternal look in the front 1/3 of her body up through her head. Just a heifer that just gets a little bit shorter coupled, shorter bodied, not quite as much heifer there as some of the other ones in the class, but good class from top to bottom in these April heifers.
Get you back up to speed.
Over here in ring number 1, congratulations to your class winner in the Shorthorn breeding heifers, Samuel Brown from the Perry FFA, followed by Bristol Burr from Fairview. Third, Peyton Ramsey Jones. Fourth, Taryn Williams from the Bray Doyle FFA. Fifth, Abigail Gibson, McLean County 4-H. We now welcome Class 5 of your Shorthorn breeding heifers, Class 5.
Boy, what an incredible class of these older Aprils here in the Shorthorns. And boy, you can do a lot of different things in this class. To me, when you get them all lined back out here, this heifer that leads off the class just puts the most good things together. When you start at the ground on this one, how this one can move, how she looks when she moves is very, very important. And then you get her parked out here, just an incredible look. She's real youthful looking. She's good in her chest. Everything just fits together on this one as far as her balance and the muscle shape, and yet still has some future look to her going forward. Just a really incredible heifer here to start with. This heifer coming here in second is got a real maternal look to her. There's no doubt about that. She's got enough bone work underneath her, look, carrying a little more condition down in her chest and up high in her body compared to our class winner. And then you get this one in motion, you just gets a little more restricted as you watch her go. Just like to see this one loosened up just a little bit when you get her on the move. Next heifer coming out, sure, one that's a real attractive kind of female. You love how smooth this heifer is made from her shoulders back. From her shoulders forward, that's where you want to change her. It's a little bit different comparatively to our two heifers that walk out ahead of her. Just like to sleek that one up just a little bit in her neck, but a heifer is just so good as far as her overall strength at top, levelness of hip, a good kind of female that ends up going third. Here's a pretty unique kind of heifer here in fourth. There's no doubt about it. You like this heifer as far as the way she's designed up high in her skeleton. A heifer that's got big legs underneath her, no doubt is going to do some really good things later down the road. Right now, she's just a little bit tighter flank kind of female, just a little bit rounder looking in her shoulder and out through her hip comparatively. Nice pattern to this roan heifer coming in behind her. Just a little bit flatter made kind of heifer, a little bit plainer in the way she comes to us. A little bit shorter bodied kind of heifer right here in front of me, the young lady in green. Just like to extend this heifer from one end to the other, but you like how that one's built. Gets a little more restricted when you ask that one to go. A little bit narrower built, all red heifer going out right now. Just like to blow that one apart from one end to the other. Then we got this young lady right here. She's got a nice look to this heifer. She's very youthful looking, very feminine and angular up through her front end. Just not quite enough heifer there. Talk about depth of body and depth of flank. Gets a little bit narrower as far as her muscle shape in comparison, but an excellent, excellent class from top to bottom. Give them a nice hand in these older Aprils.
Back over here in the ring number 2 in the Angus heifer.
Over here in show ring number 1 on your Shorthorn side, congratulations to your Class 5 winner, Abilene Sullivan from Sterling FFA, followed by Griffin Lewis from Morrison. Third, Case Glazier, Lomega. Fourth, Hasten Keith from Afton. Fifth place, Ava White from Chandler. Your sixth, Grace Harrington from Nowata. Seventh, Peyton Sin from Lexington. Eighth, Harper Price from Boone Apache 4-H. We now welcome Class 6 of your Shorthorn breeding heifers in the show ring, Class 6.
We get in this class of these marches, and we sure haven't let off the gas here in the shorthorn side because it's just quality again all the way through this class. And up here on the front end of this class, it's really good. I mean, there's no doubt. A little bit different kind on these two heifers to lead off, but the roan heifer I'm going to start with, to me, is just the most complete, especially when you get this one in motion. A heifer that puts a lot of really nice things together. She's got enough extension. She's got enough body and capacity. There's enough hip in her. There's enough muscle shape to balance everything out. And then there's enough bone work underneath her to complement what you got above that. The heifer coming here in second is sure one that's a really attractive heifer. I mean, when this young lady gets her parked out here, she gives you an incredible look. She's a little bit bigger outline heifer, and with that, she doesn't seem to be as soft-made, especially in the center part of her body and especially in her flank comparatively to our class winner. A heifer that just doesn't move with as much flexibility as what we've got in our class winner, but boy, what a really unique looking second place heifer there. Next heifer coming out is this young lady's a heifer that's really green condition-wise, one of the greenest in the class, and her better days are ahead of her. There's no doubt about it because of the way this one is put together. She is so good in the front 1/3. She's got some natural hip and levelness of hip. She just needs to be more of her at this point, but as she continues to grow and develop, I think there's no doubt she's going to get there. There's a lot of future left in that one right there. A little bit different kind coming next, and here in fourth, one that's a little more jammed up, a little different kind as far as the muscle shape in her. She gets just a little bit rounder looking, a little more upright in her shoulder, just doesn't have the flex and that hock as you watch that one travel. Like to clean her up in her joints just a little bit by comparison to cattle on either side of her, but really stout, high-performing kind of individual. Good-looking one right here in front of me right now. A heifer just a little bit greener condition-wise, just doesn't have the hip in her and the muscle shape to balance everything out. Young man right behind him, the white, sure one that is up-headed, good-looking, especially in the front 1/3 of her body. Just not enough natural body shape and dimension and capacity in that particular female, but a good-looking one that I think her, as she continues to develop, is going to get better and better. Then the young man's white one, just not enough heifer there at this point. Gives up too much as far as overall performance and overall mass and substance, but a heifer that's really nice neck. A heifer that's got enough bone work on her. She just needs more days on feed. Excellent from top to bottom in this particular class.
Congratulations to your Class 6 winner in your Shorthorn breeding heifers, Andrew Sproul from the Fairview 4-H, followed by Emily Schnellenberg from Omega. Third, Decker George from Hinton 4-H. Fourth, Mackenzie Sullivan from Bethel. Fifth, Maxwell Biggs from Jones. Sixth, Mason Biggs from Jones 4-H. And seventh, Cooper Stroud from Boquiche FFA. We now have your Division 2 Division 2 champion and reserve champion, Shorthorn breeding heifer.
We're going to pick this Division II here in the Shorehorns, and boy, this is an incredible division as well, like the first division was. There's two of them out here that have a lot of similarities. They're not going to. I'm not going to say that they're identical, but they're very similar in their overall makeup and their general appearance. One of them moves a little bit better, or on the move, they look better. One of them looks a little bit better when you get them parked out here. So, you have to make some decisions or what you can live with out here as you go through this show or as I go through this show. So there's some gives and takes. There's no doubt about it. But the one that I keep gravitating to in this particular division is young man's Heifer coming out of this third class. She'll be your division champion. The heifer right ahead of her, the young lady in the middle, will be a reserve. Congratulations. Give them a nice hand.
Congratulations there to Andrew Sproul from the Fairview 4-H, your Division II champion. And your reserve will be Abilene Sullivan from Sterling FFA out of Class 5. Congratulations.
Placings over here in the early March, Angus Heifers first, and congratulations to Raylan Unwin from the Yukon 4-H Club. Second place, Brindley Payne from Tishomingo. Brody Bashaw from Boys Ranchtown is third. Fourth is Eli Naylor from the Balto FFA chapter. Fifth place, Stevie Hogue from the Struthers FFA. And Riley Eccles from Holdenville is sixth. Now we're going to select our Division II champion and reserve champion over here in ring number 2. I have been asked to make a very important announcement. If you're parked over here in the staging area, you need to get moved before they tow your vehicle. If you're parked over here in the staging area, please move your vehicle immediately or you will be towed.
Pair of February heifers here in the Shorthorns. A little bit different the way they come to us. I end up using a little bit softer made, easier doing kind of female with more natural depth of body, depth of flank in her, more maternal look to this female. Gives up a little bit as far as overall length of body and look out here from a profile standpoint, but a heifer that to me just offers a little bit more total power in her as far as durability and feed efficiency than what we've got in this heifer coming here in second. Real attractive female here in second. There's no doubt about that. When you get her out here parked, it gives you a really nice look, really extended in her front 1/3. You got some overall length of body, just a little bit harder looking as far as her belly shape and depth of body. Just not quite the durability look to her as what we've got in the heifer that wins the class.
Congratulations to your Class 7 winner, your Shorthorn breeding heifers. It's Riley Gibson from the McLean County 4-H. Second place, Briley McLaughlin from Norman. We now have Class 8 of your Shorthorn breeding heifers into the show ring, Class 8.
What you like, and we tried to find the ones that had the most completeness to them, and this heifer that won the first
Six of these heifers are just tremendous what they have to offer. I mean, it's a little bit different than some of them out here, but boy, what an excellent, excellent class. Up here on the front end of this thing is really good. This heifer to lead off this class, she hit me really hard when she come in the ring. How this one can move, how everything stays together on this one when you get her in motion. Just an incredible look from a profile standpoint. This heifer's really opened up as far as natural shape and dimension, up high in her skeleton, down low in her quarter. Just balances up extremely good. For me, she's good in her chest. There looks like there's a big, big future in front of this heifer, especially when you get this one in motion. Boy, this one can really get out and go with a lot of flexibility, a lot of fluidness as you watch her move. Just an excellent, excellent kind of female to start out with. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the next two because I don't want to, because these are both very, very good heifers. This heifer coming here in second is pretty unique looking, especially when you get in behind her and watch her go away from you, how much base width she's got. But one of her really cool attributes is her front end. I mean, this heifer is incredible from her shoulders forward, how high her neck comes out of her shoulders. She's really cool marked kind of female too. She's really attractive in the way this one's marked up a little bit. Doesn't have quite the softness yet is what we've got in our class winner, and that's why she ends up second here, but big legs underneath her. This one continues to grow and develop. This one's going to be a lot of fun to watch to see how she turns out. Next heifer coming out is the most maternal looking one of the trio. There's no doubt about that. But with that, she gets a little bit flatter made. She's a little bit flatter ribbed coming off her spine, a little bit flatter in her hip and down into her quarter. But boy, what a nice look to this one as far as a profile standpoint. This young lady does an incredible job getting her stuck out here. She always has her where you like the look of her as she's parked out here. Just a nice trio of heifers on the front end of this class. And a little bit different kind of heifer right here in front of me here in fourth. There's no doubt about that. You like this heifer from her shoulders back. She's got enough body. She has enough muscle. She balances up good enough. You just like to tweak that one's front end just a little bit in comparison to the three that go out ahead of her. She's just not as long and extended, not quite as angular looking in that regard as what we've got in the other heifers. Next heifer coming out is real hairy. There's no doubt about that. That you get up on top of this one, there's not quite enough heifer here. She gives you a really good look. They've done a really nice job getting this one presented. She wants to collapse a little bit more right there in her forerib and how it transitions to her shoulder. Just like to open this one up or get a little more condition on her. And when that happens on this heifer, she's going to be really competitive. There's no doubt about it because she's got the right look. The lines are good. She's level out through her hip. Then just a little bit shorter coupled or the maturing kind of heifer to end with down here. Real good, easy doing, easy fleshing. There's no doubt about that. The really good project for this young lady because of that attribute alone is going to be real easy for her. It's going to be a really nice cow that won't take a lot of feed to keep this one maintained. Just not quite the bells and whistles of what we got in some of these other heifers in this class, but excellent quality from top to bottom in this January class.
Congratulations to your Class 8 winner, your Shorthorn breeding heifers. It is Sterling Gillette from Fairland FFA, followed by Sheridan Souls from Skiatook. Third place, Brooklyn Frazier from Meeker. Fourth, Riley Crosswhite from Kingfisher. Fifth, Kimberly Holland from Tecumseh. And sixth, Molly Rowe from JFFA. We're now showing for Division 3 champion and reserve champion, Shorthorn breeding heifer, Division 3 drive.
Good heifer here to lead off this class, and she'll make you stand up and pay some attention. I think in terms of her body and her mass and her look up to her front end, she's very cookie cutter in the way she's made from the side in terms of her balance and her symmetry. And then I probably like to watch her move just as much as I do to watch her stand still. Good hip and hind leg construction. The heifer's got good feet. Her presence from the side, the sweep of her body. You know, again, she's not the biggest
We're going to pick this Division III here in the Shorthorns. It's had a couple classes. One of them, one of the classes, obviously a little bit better as far as quality and depth all the way through than the other one, and that's not saying anything's wrong with the first class. There's no doubt about that. But just a little bit more quality in this older class of this in this division. These 2 Januaries will be your division and reserve division. Give them a nice hand in this division.
Placings in our late February Angus breeding heifers over here.
Congratulations over here to your Division III champion and your Shorthorn breeding heifers. It is Sterling Gillette from the Fairland FFA, and your reserve champion, Sheridan Souls from Skytook. We now have Class 9 of your Shorthorn breeding heifers making their way to show ring number 1, Class 9.
Young man in the white shirt here is going to lead off this class. A really well balanced, very attractive female. I like her extension as you study her from the profile. She's a good footed female, gets out and covers her track well.
These winter calves here and the Shorthorns, some differences in this class, how they come to us, and I'll explain what I'm talking about when I get to them. But to me, the most maternal looking one, and yet still gives you a good enough look from a profile standpoint, is this one leading off the class. She's not the biggest, stoutest, biggest legged heifer. There's no doubt about that in this class. But to me, she's just the most complete and gives you the best look from a profile standpoint as far as extension, overall length of body, and having enough body and capacity to get her to the top of this class. You sure have to appreciate the look of this one coming here in second as far as the bone work that's underneath her, the natural body or natural muscle shape in this one. But to me, she looks just a little bit terminal looking in comparison to the heifer that walks out ahead of her. Her neck doesn't come out as high out of her shoulder as what we've got in our class winner, a little bit shorter in that regard as well. Just a little bit shorter coupled kind of female. Heifer coming here in third. You really like the outline, the design of this one till you get her in motion. This is where this one struggles just a little bit. There's not quite the flexibility in her. There's not quite the reach in her. A heifer that's carrying a little more condition up high in her body than I prefer at this age, but a nice, easy-doing kind of heifer that ends up going third. Next heifer coming out, sure one that has enough bone underneath her. She has enough muscle shape in her. She just gets a little bit plainer looking up through her front end, not quite as extended and unique looking in that regard, but a lot of overall substance and power in that heifer that ends up fourth. Next heifer coming out is a real maternal looking heifer, again up through her front end, just not as opened up, not quite as much heifer here as what we've got in some of the other ones in this class. It gives you a nice look from the side, just a little bit shorter bodied, shorter coupled kind of female. Very good class from top to bottom in these these fall heifers.
Congratulations over here to your Class 9 winner in your Shorthorn breeding heifers, Kimberly Holland from Tecumseh. Second, Gentry Sullivan from Sterling. Third, Emma Roberts from Grove. Fourth place, Ella King, Wagner 4-H. And fifth, Peyton Ramsey, Jones. We now have Class 10 making their way into show ring number 1, Shorthorn breeding heifers, Class 10.
Back over here in the Angus side, the placings in the early February Angus heifers. Congratulations, Grayson Jones of Meekers, first place. Anna Parker from O'Keene is second. Third is Mackenzie Dodd from Henrietta. Maya Louch from Hawthorne is fourth. Fifth, Brady Wilkinson from Kingston. And Trinity Mitchell from Luther is sixth.
All right, moving right along to the.
It's like
Get into this class of Octobers, boy, there's sure a lot of quality in this class as well, all the way down through here. Up here on the front end, there's really a unique heifer to start this class with. Boy, a heifer that's incredible as far as being up-headed, how her neck just jets right out of the top side of that shoulder. A heifer that's got enough body and shape to her. You get down at the ground on this one can get out and go with a lot of flexibility. Just gives you a really incredible look from a profile standpoint. Next heifer coming in line, I'm sure one that's got a real maternal look to her. You love that heifer, how complete looking she is out here. But with that, she's a little more carrying a little more condition than I prefer, or by comparison to the heifer that walked out in front of her, especially down in her chest. It throws her balance off just a little bit, but real soft made, real easy doing kind of female that ends up going second. A little bit bigger outline heifer coming out right now here in third. One that you're a little disappointed when you get behind her. There's not quite enough muscle shape in this one, but you really like this heifer as far as the way she's designed in her top. Her front end's good. A heifer that's level out through her hip. She's just not real square hip, if you would, but a nice heifer that ends up going third. And we get a real good kind of female coming out here next in fourth. This red roan heifer, one that just loses out when you get behind this one. You wonder where she goes. When you step in behind, there's just not enough muscle shape in her. She's not square enough built out through her hip. A heifer is just a little bit shorter bodied, shorter coupled heifer in comparison to the heifer that walks out ahead of her. Then we got one with a little easier doing kind of female, but with that, she wants to roll up in her back just a little bit. She's got a tremendous amount of shape and condition up there. Just like to soften this one up, freshen her up in her condition. Next heifer coming out, you should like the overall look of this one. She's just a little bit harder bellied kind of heifer, and like to soften that one up, give her a little more depth of flank. I think a big future in front of this one as long as she'll continue to body down and develop. Next heifer coming out, just a little bit plainer looking, like she's really good topped, a little level out through her hip, but a heifer that kind of wants to hook her legs up underneath her just a little bit more than I prefer. A heifer you sure like to change a little bit up through her front end, extend her out just a little bit, a little more angularity in that front end. The heifer that follows in behind her, sure one that you like. That's heifer's front 1/3. She's really extended, really unique looking in that regard. The heifer wants to get real easy in her top, doesn't move out with quite the flexibility that we've got in some of the other heifers in this class, but a tremendous amount of quality from top to bottom in this October class.
Congratulations over here to Class 10 winner, your Shorthorn breeding heifers. It's Caver Johnson from Clinton FFA, followed by Grace Harrington from Nowata. Third place, Emma Turnpoe from Lexington FFA. Fourth, Annabelle Rose from Arapahoe Butler. Fifth, Brennan Slatton from Mangum. Sixth, Rex Smith from Kiefer. Seventh, Kylie Southard from Sand Springs. Eighth, Rayleigh Denton from Colcord FFA. We now have Class 11 of Shorthorn breeding heifers in the show ring number 1, Class 11.
These September heifers end up with here in this next division of the Shorthorns, and a little bit different in the way they come to us. Real stout, heavy constructed heifer to start with in this class, and her bone work and her overall makeup. She's real square made kind of female. Young lady gets her parked out here. It just gives you just an incredible look from a profile standpoint, but the heifer's got something to her. You like how her neck comes a little higher out of her shoulder. Just really a nice individual there to start with out of this pair, and I'm not trying to take anything away from this heifer in second. She is a really good kind of heifer. She just kind of gets swallowed up in this class. You could actually fit her inside the heifer in front of her, but when you look at her there as an individual, you like how extended she is. She's got some angularity and femininity. She's real flat-shouldered, but with that, there isn't quite enough natural thickness and dimension to her, especially out through her hip, is what we've got in our class winner. A heifer that when you get her on the move, you'd like to see her go with her head up a little bit higher. She kind of just drags around out here in the ring, but a nice heifer as far as her overall design and makeup. Two really good ones to end up with here in this next division.
Congratulations to your Class 11 winner, Shorthorn breeding heifers, Decker George from Hinton 4-H, followed by Spencer Lewis from Silo FFA. We now show for Division 4 Shorthorn breeding heifer, Division 4 champion and reserve champion.
This is another fantastic division here in the Shorthorns, and you can do whatever you want to in this division out of these three. There's no doubt about that. They all have something just a little bit different that's real pleasing and attractive about them. And, you know, I've just talked to them in their class, so I don't want to bore you with talking to them again. That's for sure, because there's really not much you're going to say any different than what I said in their class. So it basically comes down to two of them out here in this division, these two class winners, and I don't want to take anything away from these seconds out here, but when you really get to comparing the cattle, to me, it just comes down to two out here, and the longer that I'm out here, the one I keep gravitating back to or appreciate just for her overall build and how square and how much she actually has to her is the young lady's September. She'll be your division champion. Young man right in front of her will be reserved. Congratulations. Give him a nice hand.
Congratulations to your Division 4 champion of your shorthorn breeding heifers, Decker George, and your reserve will be Heifer Johnson. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 12 of your shorthorn breeding heifers. Class 12 should be a single entry. We'll bring our Class 12 and our Class 13 in together to show for Division 5. Division 5, since it's just single entries in both classes.
Division 5 here out of these two respective class winners, and I'll talk about each heifer, and I'll tell you how I like them in this particular division. Talk about this young lady's heifer, how loose-made she is, how well she can get out and go. Very flexible. She's got a lot of reach as you watch her travel around the ring. Very good in her top, very good out through her hip, very level in that design, in that regard. She's really square as well to go along with that. A heifer that's really nice up through her front end. She's got some extension. She's got enough angularity to go to complement that angularity or that femininity that goes with this heifer. I mean, it's just so many positives about this August heifer. Then you look at this May heifer, how opened up she is, the amount of springer ribs she has, the maternal look that she is built into this one, super extended up through the front 1/3 of her body. Condition is very, very good at this stage of her life. A heifer that, again, you get this one in motion, very sound, very flexible, very fluid, very easy to look at when this one's on the move. So, I mean, there's some really nice things about each of these heifers, but to me, it's pretty easy which one I like out of this pair just because of the overall power and completeness and the Springer rib and this heifer right here, this May heifer. She'll be your Division 5. The August will be reserved. Give these two exhibitors a nice hand.
Congratulations over here for your Division 5 champion. It was your Class 13 winner, Heifer Johnson from Clinton FFA, and your reserve was your Class 12 winner, Cassie Irwin from Allen Clio FFA. We now get ready for our next class, Class 14 of your Shorthorn breeding heifers, Class 14.
Give our senior heifer calf exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you will, in the Angus show. It's been just two classes, but very competitive. And as you get them back out here, again, I like all four of these heifers. I think they're cattle that can continue on as senior yearlings this summer and do very well, just depending on hoping things go well and getting them bred and those kind of things. I think there's a lot of good in each one of these heifers. The heifer that suits me the best, though, just very complete. She doesn't blow you away in any one area, but she's real solid all the
Shorthorns sure have some differences out here in maturity and where they at as far as their gestation, and that really shows true out here, especially up here in the first three of these heifers in this particular class. To me, the one that shows the most maternal look, she's a little farther along with calf, is the heifer that's going to lead off this class. A heifer that's tremendous when you get this one in motion, how this one can go, being this big and out this opened up as far as her skeleton. A heifer you'd sure like to change in her chest, and actually the first two, I'd like to take some chest out of them to balance them up just a little bit nicer. But when you really get to looking at the angles of their body and how they're constructed, this heifer, to me, pretty easily rises to the top of this class just on how close she is as far as gestation and where she's at in her overall maturity pattern. Gives you a nice look from the side as far as her extension, a long spine, long hip, square, very, very square made one, especially as you watch her hit the ground. Next heifer coming out, you really like or appreciate the look that she gives you. That is no doubt a heifer just a little bit harder bellied. It's just not as far along in calf. There's not as big a calf in there, if there's one in there, as compared to our heifer that wins this class. So just a little bit farther along in their overall gestation, but real nice looking, real good out through her hip. The young lady does a really nice job showing her. The heifer that is the most different in the class is this one coming in here in third. There's no doubt about it. You want one stout, opened up, just an incredible power heifer, you're going to go to this one. But she's just really not my kind. A heifer that's heavier in the front 1/3 of her body than she is the back. To me, she just doesn't balance up quite right. Little guy does incredible showing her. I mean, there's no doubt they have a bond. He can do whatever he wants to with this heifer. He probably takes her in the house when he gets home, as good as he's got her broke, because this heifer, she'll just do whatever he wants to. What he asked her to do. Heifer, you sure do appreciate, like I said, the overall power and mass of this one. She's just doesn't have enough paternal look to me, a little more terminal looking kind of female for me by comparison to the two that walk out ahead of her. Next heifer coming out, you really like this heifer from her shoulders back. She just gets a little bit more cresty necked, a little staggier up through her front end, just not quite as fresh appearing out here as what we've got in some of the other cattle. Next heifer coming out, real attractive, real fresh in her overall makeup, what they've done with her hair. She's really easy to look at. Just not quite enough heifer there, a little more refined in her bone work, not quite as much natural shape in her from her hip back. And then a little bit plainer design one coming out right behind her, heifer that you just like to take a little condition off of this one up high in her body, soften this one up just a notch, if you will, but a good doing kind of female that's no doubt going to make a really nice brood cow for this young man.
Over here in show ring number 1, your placings for Class 14, and also will be your Division 6 champion, is Sheridan Souls from Skytook FFA. Your second place, Nightland Tony from Lexington. She'll be your reserve in division as well. Third, Griffin Lewis from Morrison. Fourth, Channing Also from Quinton, 4-H. 5th, Dalton Garcia, El Reno. 6th, Mason Miller from Thomas Fake Custer. Also like to make the announcement, we've made this announcement once before, but I've been told that if pickups are parked over here in the staging area, they will be towed. So if you know who is parked there, please relay that message as soon as possible. As we've announced it a few times, we need those pickups moved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Get into our intermediate selection here in our Angus show, and just the two classes, but a lot of good, I thought, within the classes, but still a pretty logical place for me to land here is our division champion. Just a quality female with a lot of look and a lot of balance, and just I think her parts and pieces all blend together very nice in terms of her profile. This youngest heifer here, the young lady has, will be our division champion. Good job to her.
Well, we get to this last class of these shorthorns, and not just a class, but a division as well. And really nice place to start in this division and be a reserve as well. A female, this dark red heifer, really a nice pattern to this one. Really complete looking out here. Really square in the way this one goes. As you watch her go away from you, everything stays where it's supposed to. When you get that one in motion, just a really nice individual with a lot of look to her when you get off to the side of her. Same goes with this heifer coming here in second. She gives you a really good look as well. She's just not as square as you watch her hit the ground. A heifer kind of wants to get outside of herself, not quite as maternal looking right there in the center part of her body, not quite as far along in calf, it looks like, is what we've got in our class winner, but a heifer that's real attractive in her top side of her skeleton. She's really straight line, level hip kind of female. They've done a really nice job getting that one ready to this point. Then the young man's heifer that ends up third in this class just gets a little bit more upright on both ends of her skeleton, up in her shoulder, a little bit straighter fronted, a little bit straighter and coming out of her hock. A heifer gives up a little bit as far as overall length of body and depth of body, but one that's real good looking when he's got her parked out here.
Congratulations over here in Class 15, your final class here in your shorthorn, your placings, and also your Division 7 champion was Bristol Souls from Skytook FFA, followed by Taya Wyatt from Hydro Eakley, and third, Ethan Baker from Owasso. We'll now bring all of our division winners in to show for your overall champion and reserve champion shorthorn breeding heifer. We have, I believe, 7 divisions. We'll pick 3. We'll have a grand reserve and a bronze as well, third overall. So the 3 selections here in our final drive in our shorthorn breeding heifers.
Boy, this is what cow showing's all about right here. You get this kind of cattle out here, this kind of quality, and the children that are leading these things and how they can get these things put together is pretty incredible. It's really cool to watch. And as an evaluator, this is fun to judge. I mean, it really gets your blood pumping, and it's really nice in here, but I'm kind of getting warmed up as far as my temperature because of what you have to look at out here. You have to make some decisions on what you like or what you prefer or what you can live with when you start picking these champions in a breed that looks this good. I mean, what with this much quality, give them a great, great round of applause for this shorthorn breed. And you might not end up agreeing with what I'm going to do here, and I'm going to probably do something a little bit different than I always do or typically do. But when you really get to evaluating the cattle, the one that I like the most or I think has the most to offer is one I'm going to use, and it's you know, whether it's right or wrong, I can't tell you that. It's just what I like. And from there forward, you can do whatever you want to, but this has been so impressive to go through this. The way these things are presented is incredible, phenomenal, how you can put these things together, what you can do with a little bit of hair on these shorthorns has just been fantastic to watch and see. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I'll go pick you a champ, or actually I'm picking 3 out of this breed, but this has been fantastic. Give them another round of applause. I'll show you how I like them.
Congratulations to your champion coming out of Division 2, Andrew Sproul. Congratulations, Andrew Sproul. Sproul, excuse me. Andrew Sproul. You should get that right when you win champion. Thank you. And your reserve coming out of the last division, Bristol Stoll. And your bronze, your third overall, is Decker George. Congratulations out of Division 4. Congratulations to all of our Shorthorn exhibitors. Thank you again to our judge this morning for sorting through our Shorthorn breed. We'll now have our Shorthorn Plus.
Back over here in ring number 2 in the Angus heifer side, placings in the April class. First, and congratulations to Tyler Dietrich from the Yukon FFA. Jared Carter from Stonewall is second. Third goes to Asa Barrington of the Comanche County 4-H, and Tyner Turner from Owasso is fourth.
going to pick some bred and knowns here. We've already got a champion. We're picking a reserve and a third overall in the Shorthorns. And boy, these youngsters made the right decisions when they were mating their cow a while back, 2 years ago, year ago, however old these things are, whatever, however that translates back to. They've made some really good decisions. There's no doubt about that. To have this much quality out here in the bred and known, and that's really, really important and really great to see. For me, it's pretty easy. The two that we're going to end up having reserve and third. Reserve will be this heifer right back here, this big heifer. The third overall will be this young lady turning right here with this spotted heifer. Congratulations, give them a nice hand.
Placings over here in the late March Angus heifer class. First, and congratulations to Avon Moon from Moreland, FFA. Kylie Callis from Minko is second. Elijah Thomas, Boys Ranch Hound, is third. Fourth place, Parker Sproul from Fairview. Fifth, Leyland Louder from Latta. And sixth is Sage Glover from Wetumpka, FFA. Congratulations.
Congratulations over here to your Shorthorn breeding heifers, bred and owned. Your champion was Andrew Sproul. Your reserve, Sheridan Souls, and your bronze overall, Abilene Sullivan. Congratulations to all three on your champion reserve and third overall, bred and owned in the Shorthorns. Now we'll move right to our Shorthorn Plus show, our first class of Shorthorn Plus heifers in show ring number 1.
Is one that blows them away out of the three in this heifer, the young lady's heifer to lead off this class. Just a really nice pattern, got something to her. She balances up good, moves extremely well. Just an excellent kind of female to start out with in this class. End up using this July for second in this class. To me, just a little bit better in the way this one's constructed and her design, more appealing, more attractive, a little more elegant looking, especially up through the front 1/3 of her body. Heifer gives up just a little bit of bone work to heifers on either side of her, but I think there's just a little bit more true quality in there. There's just not as much natural depth of body, but a heifer that's real green, and I think as time goes on, a heifer that's got a big future in front of her. All she's got to do is develop a little bit more natural body dimension and depth. Young lady's black heifer, sure one you gravitate to because of her overall capacity. She's got something to her. She's got some natural performance built into her. She's just not built quite as nice and not quite as good looking up through her front end. Just like to extend her in that regard. Her leg, you just like to change the way her leg comes out of that quarter, but a good doing. Obviously a high performing kind of heifer that ends up going third.
Congratulations in your Class 1 of your Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers. Your winner, Brindley Lewis from Morrison FFA, followed heifers, class 2.
Interesting class of these June Shorthorn Plus heifers. There's definitely one to use in this particular class. This young man's red one puts a lot of really nice things together. She's really complete in the way she comes to us. I like the condition she's in. She can get out and go with a lot of flexibility and fluidness as you watch her move. Just a nice place to start. From there, you can do some different things. I end up using a heifer that's more like her in her overall makeup. She isn't as good in her top. A heifer wants to roll up just a little bit in that regard, and she isn't as smooth made right there in her forerib and how it hooks to her shoulder. But the bone work, you like the amount of bone that she has in her. She's got some substance to her. She's got some real shape in her as far as muscle. Next heifer coming out just gets a little bit racier looking kind of female. A little bit higher in her flank. A female you just like to soften her up. I'd like to youthful that one up a little bit up through her front end. She gets a little more mature looking up through her neck and head. Heifer, you sure have to be impressed with the amount of performance she's got in her. Next heifer coming out, done a nice job getting this one ready. Real attractive looking heifer, but we really get to looking at how that one's built. A little bit narrower in the way she comes to us, and not square made out through her hip. We like to push her hock back into her just a little bit so it looks more correct coming out of her quarter. Heifer, you'd like to change just a little bit up through her front end, just a little bit deeper, thicker up through her neck, but a real honest, high-performing kind of heifer that ends up being fourth.
Placings over here on the Angus side.
Over here in your show ring number 1, your class 1B here in your Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer heifers, it's going to be Hunter Harris is your class winner from Dibble 4-H, followed by Channing Kelso from Quinton. Third, Emerson McGee from Nowata. Fourth, Case Glazier from Lomega. We now have class 2 here in your show ring. Number 1, class 2 of your Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers.
A Shorthorn Plus is pretty straightforward up here on the front end of this class. You really get to analyzing the cattle and which one is more pleasing or which one has more natural muscle and thickness. It still has a good enough look, enough maternal look to her. Incredible when they get this one moving up here that leads off this class. A heifer that just hits the ground square and straight and everything goes where it's supposed to. Heifer here in second is one that's really unique looking as well. Heifer just so good in the front 1/3 of her body. Her neck just jets right out of the top side of that shoulder. But with that heifer is not quite as much heifer here yet as what we've got in our class winner as far as muscle and shape and bone work. But a heifer that when you watch her go away from you, she wants to just not really step with that hind leg. She kind of wants to swing it just a little bit more flex in her, and that's nitpicking a really nice heifer there that ends up going second. A little more terminal looking one here in the red one. You have to be impressed with the amount of muscle and shape and bone that's underneath that one. Heifer gives you an incredible look from the side, but to me, there's not enough maternal look to her to get her past those two black ones. Then a little bit flatter made one coming in behind her with this black heifer coming in fourth. Like to change that one up through her front end, or pretty up in that regard. A little more extension up through that front 1/3. Then the young man's heifer that ends up fifth in this class. You like the front end of that one. She does have the extension, the overall angularity, but there's just not enough heifer here. He wants to turn out just a little bit on her front end, like to square her up, straighten her up in the way her skeleton is, but a nice look to her when he does have her parked out here.
Congratulations over here to class 2 of your Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers, your class placings, and your winner, Samuel Parker from Lone Grove 4-H, followed by Fletcher Reese from Warner. Third, Dalen Fessmeyer from Oklahoma Union. Fourth, David Workman from Stonewall. And fifth, Matthew Catano from Savannah FFA. We now have Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers.
we get into this class of May Shorthorn Pluses, there's pretty obvious what one to start out with in this class. This young lady's heifer, real fresh appearing out here, real nice looking, has enough body and dimension to her. She's real three-dimensional when you really get up on top of her. You really like that about that one. And the best part is you ask that one to take off and go, she can get it. And she stays where everything stays where it's supposed to. Nice heifer coming here in second as well. Just a little bit plainer up through the front one-third of her body. A little bit deeper in her neck, a little bit more leather hanging down there. A heifer that just doesn't balance up quite as nicely as what does our class winner, but a nice, easy doing, easy flushing kind of heifer that ends up going second. A real long, extended kind of heifer here in third, this black and white one. If you could just fix this one right there at her forerib and how it hooks to her shoulder, a heifer that just wants to collapse there a little bit more. It takes away from her overall makeup. It makes her look just a little bit piecey, but a heifer, you really have to appreciate the bone that's underneath that one and the overall length that's attached to that female right there. A heifer coming out right now, a heifer that you really like from a muscle standpoint. She is really muscular. She's got some top in her, some hind quarter in her, but a heifer gets a little round. She wants to drop her pins when you ask her to take off and go. She's a little bit shorter hip kind of heifer, but real nice from her hip forward. She has enough natural body and capacity. She's got some length to that front end, just like to fix her out through her hip. Heifer coming out next, real long and extended, but next two, real long and extended kind of heifers, just a little bit greener condition-wise, just need more days on feed for me and see how they fill out and they'll develop because they've got all the right parts and pieces. There's just not quite enough heifer here in both these black heifers as we watch them go out of the ring. And then the young man's red heifer, a little earlier maturing kind of heifer, a little more jammed up in the way she comes to us, which is fine. A heifer that's got some natural shape in her, natural dimension in her top, just not quite as maternal looking as what we've got in some of the cattle that walked out ahead of her.
Congratulations here, your placings. And for the Shorthorn side, your first place winner, Aria Johnson from Perkins Tryon, FFA. Second, Emma Turnpaul from Lexington. Third, James McClure from Grady County, 4-H. Fourth, Taryn Williams from Bray Doyle. Fifth, Kinley Rader from Logan County. Sixth, Kinley Rader from Logan County. And seventh, Carter Younghong from Medford, FFA. So now show for Division 1. Division 1 champion, reserve champion, Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer, Division 1. Bronco, tag number JUN971. We also have a Ford F-250, a gray Ford F-250, tag number KWE917. Both are parked right out here in the way in the where the cattle come through. They've been there parked for a while. We need those moved immediately. A blue Bronco and a gray F-250, please. Thank you.
I've been saying this since I started. Another division is really good, but this one really is too. I mean, you get into these shorthorn pluses. You know, there's kind of two sets of cattle out here in these four class winners. There's two of them that look very, very similar. Out here in the way they're built and their makeup, and then there's two that are a little bit different in the way they come to us, and that's very, very good. It's very, very good because everybody likes something a little different. They're going to feed a little different. Management's going to be a little different on them going forward. So, you know, that gives everybody options or different choices as things progress in these cattle. And at this age, you know, you just got to look at the future, the look of them, and how you read them in their future, what you think the future is going to be for them, you know, how they're taken care of and everything, how it all going to fit together. But there's two that are very, very close. And really what separates them is movement, and one's just a little bit flatter shouldered, up high in her body, and the way it carries into her skeleton. But incredible pair of heifers in this division that are going to come out of this division. Incredible. You can switch them, do whatever you want to. I don't care. I'm just going to use the one that I like, and it's this little girl right here is going to win this division. The reserve will be the young man right in front of her. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Division I champion and your Shorthorn Plus, Aria Johnson from Perkins Tryon FFA. And the reserve will be Samuel Parker from Lone Grove FFA. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Finley Yoakum, Division 6
I think there's things to really like about this heifer that was second in that class, and that was a very good trio of females. I really like this heifer in terms of her look from the profile. She's a good-bodied female, nice in terms of her hind leg. We talked about maybe off of her shoulder. You know, her udder, we could balance it up a little bit. Her front quarter, you know, just doesn't seem to want to match the other quarters, and you know, you have to decide where you want to sit on that. We talked about how the hormones come into play. I do like that heifer. I think there's a lot of good in her. You know, she's got a couple things, again, you got to toss back and forth on. So as you get them out here, again, you know, the one that suits me second best, again, got a thing that you pick on her for, but still I think a very high-quality female. I like this heifer that the young gentleman has here. She's going to be our reserve in this division. Very good set of females here. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Caddo Craft, your reserve champion, Division 6.
The Shorthorn Pluses, this younger class of this next division, pretty straightforward kind of class when you really get to looking at the cattle out here in this particular lineup. The young lady's heifer to win this does it really easy in my mind, real complete, real good looking, real sound individual. You don't have to look at this one very long to appreciate how much good you see in that particular heifer. Heifer coming here in second is the most like her as far as her straightness at top. She's level hip. She's got enough overall length of body and length of spine in her. She's just a little bit more restricted when you ask that one to take off and go to heifers on either side of her, actually, but a nice big bone. She's got something to her. Kind of female that ends up going second. Real good looking black heifer here in third, there's no doubt about that. Impeccable as far as her structure, the way this one can get out and go. There's just not enough heifer here to get her any higher in this class. Good looking, she just needs more days on feed, more time, and if she gets there, watch out, because this one is really nice in the overall build of that heifer. And young man's roan heifer that follows in behind her, you have to be impressed with the performance in this female. She's got some big legs on her. She's got some muscle in her. But with that, she gets a little bit too upright on both ends of her skeleton. Just like to set her back and her shoulder, give her a little more flex in her hock as you watch her go. But real straight line, real level hip, and got something to her as far as overall substance.
Over here, your class 4 of your Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers. Congratulations to your class winner, Leighton Strait from Garber 4-H, followed by Addison Dick, Oklahoma Union. Third, Abby Indris from Okarche. Fourth, Rylan Reno from Cheyenne. We now have class 5 making their way in the show ring number 1. Class 5 of your Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers.
Easy place to start in this class when you really look at how one's designed and how much muscle and shape and how square built they are, and this one leading off the class does that really nicely. A heifer that you like as far as her overall substance and capacity as well. A heifer you sure appreciate when you get that one in motion. Everything stays where it's supposed to. Her hip stays good, and that's what when this heifer coming here in second, really a soft pastured heifer. You like how her leg set is, but a heifer that just kind of trails off as far as shape out through her hip. She's not as opened up and top side of her skeleton. There's not quite as much natural thickness up high in her body as what we've got in our class winner, but very, very sound, very nice looking kind of female going out there in second. A little bit different kind of heifer coming here in third, a little bit rounder a kind of heifer, a little shorter and a little more compact in her overall makeup. But when she does get her parked, she does give you a really nice look. There's no doubt about it, because that heifer's really up-headed, heifer that you really appreciate. The front end in that female just like to extend her all the way through. And then the young man's blonde heifer here, one that just gets a little bit plainer looking. She has some length of body, some length of spine, a little bit shorter hip kind of female. Like just to put a little more bells and whistles on this one, but sure one that's going to feed extremely well, the amount of muscle and natural shape that she has in her.
Congratulations, Jake Ellison, your champion overall Angus breeding heifer. Congratulations, Jake.
Still some good cattle that we have out here, but the heifer we're going to make reserve, I like a lot of things about. Just a couple things maybe to tweak on just a little bit, but I think a very, very good kind of a female. This big yearling heifer here is going to be our reserve.
Finley Yoakum would be your reserve champion Angus breeding heifer. Congratulations, Finley.
Next division here in the Shorthorn Pluses, and there's a couple of them are just a little bit different level than the next two, and just by what we've had out here in these particular classes. But there's one, and then out of the two that's left out here are these two class winners. There's one that is on a completely different level, or on a level by herself, and that is a really good thing. She kind of just dominates this division. That's young lady's red heifer up there will be your division champion. The young man that's standing right behind her, who won his class, will be your reserve. Give him a nice hand.
Caddo Crab would be your third best over here on the Angus heifer side. Congratulations, Caddo. Hey, we'll get our show ring cleared out over here in ring number 2 and bring back show for our bred and owned. Let's give our judge over here in ring number 2, Dr. Blake Bloomberg, big round of applause. We appreciate Blake spending the time to go through all these quality Angus cattle. Over here on your Shorthorn Plus side, your Class 5 placings real quickly. Your first place was Corey Robson from Bristow, followed by Jay Fuquay from Winoka. Third, Sunny Shore from Garber. And fourth, Nathaniel Stump from Boquiche FFA. And your Division 2 champion came out of Class number 4, Leighton Strait, with your champion Division 2. Your reserve was Corey Robinson. So congratulations to both of those. We'll move right into our next class of Shorthorn Plus, Class 6. Congratulations, Raylan Unwin from the Yukon 4-H, your champion bred and owned Angus heifer. Eli Naylor from the Balco FFA, reserve champion, bred and owned Angus breeding heifer. Congratulations, Eli. Outstanding job. We appreciate all the bred and owned exhibitors. We appreciate our judge, Mr. Dr. Blake Bloomberg. We'll get the Angus cattle cleared out here and move right into the Chianina breeding heifers.
Well, we get into this class of February's, boy, there's 3 really nice females here. You have to make a decision on what you like or how you see these things, and I'll try to describe how I see them out here. But for me, this heifer to win, I'm not going to say it's easy, but boy, this is my kind. Well, you get one that's built like this, how unique she looks in her front end, a heifer that's tremendous as far as her center body, the capacity, the soundness that goes along with her. You know, she doesn't overpower you with muscle, but she doesn't have to. She still looks like a heifer, and that's very, very important to me, the way that one is constructed in her overall makeup. The heifer coming here in second, to me, is more true in her spine from her hip to her shoulder. A heifer that's a longer bodied kind of female. She doesn't have quite the same balance as what we've got in the heifer to win the class, but she's close. She's real close. It's very, very sound as you watch this one go, but what propels her over the heifer in third is how she's designed in her top from her hip to her shoulder. A little bit shorter hip kind of female to heifers on either side of her, but so good, so fresh appearing out here. Really a nice kind of heifer that ends up going second. A little bit shorter bodied kind of heifer coming here in third. One that to me runs downhill a little more than I prefer. A heifer's got a little more chest in her comparatively to the two that walk out ahead of her, but so complete in her overall makeup. I just want to see her extended a little longer, a little more scale up in her front end to level her out as you watch that heifer go. Next heifer coming out, the red heifer. Nice pattern to this heifer. Good looking as far as her front end, long and extended, but a heifer just gets a little bit tubular looking out here, not quite the natural body and capacity to get around those three black heifers that walk out ahead of her. Nice young lady right here that shows the wheels off of this blue roan. Got her broke really good, real unique looking front end in this heifer, just not enough of her. You get in behind her, you kind of wonder where she went. Just needs a little more shot of muscle and natural expansion to her rib shape, but a nice kind of built one that ends up following a really nice red one in this particular class.
Congratulations to your Class 6 winner on your Shorthorn Plus heifers, Caden Worthington from Union City, followed by Taya Wyatt from Hydro Eakley. Third, Bristol Souls from Skytook. Fourth, Cody Vassar from Sharon Mutual. And fifth, Cammie Callison from Burlington. 4-H, we now have Class 7 making their way into show ring number 1. Class 7 of your Shorthorn Plus heifers.
a good class of these Januaries, and sure, there's some differences out here. The one thing about it is this heifer to lead off this class, the longer you're out here and just comparing cattle. You're not comparing her to the perfect one. You're just comparing her with what else is out here. This is the most complete looking one of the group. Heifer that really puts a lot of nice things together when you really get to analyzing her and what she has to offer, the look of her, real maternal, a heifer that's just real honest and genuine in her overall makeup. Nice place to start in this particular class. Now, there is no doubt there's some unique pieces, this one coming here in second. I mean, you can go off on just unique pieces and just go get her if you want to. That's perfectly fine because she is really cool looking up through her front end. You know, just the overall presence of that heifer is really impressive. But when you get to comparing her to cattle in this class, a heifer that's just a little bit different in the way she's made. She wants to collapse a little bit more, not as smooth right there in the front part or forerib and how it hooks to her shoulder. You know, she can get just a little bit awkward looking as far as her legs, not quite as coordinated, but boy, there is some really cool things about her. As she continues to develop and mature, it's going to be interesting to watch and see that one, if she can gather everything up and get it together, because if she does, watch out, because this thing is going to be unbelievable as a big heifer. The way she can get out and go, the flexibility, the looseness as you watch that one travel. Excellent, excellent kind of female that ends up going second. Here's one coming here in third. When this one gets done doing what she needs to do, watch out again, because all she's got to do is thicken up. There's just not enough muscle in this heifer to get her any higher in this class today, but incredible look from a profile standpoint. She's level hips, she's good neck, she's up front, up-headed kind of heifer. Just an excellent, excellent kind of female that ends up going third. Next heifer coming out, you know, there's times that you really like this heifer, and then there's times that, she wants to get off in her hip. She wants to drop her pins. You know, she's not showing very well for this young man out here, but there's some really cool things about her, her natural shape, her look when he does get her parked in the correct position. A nice, nice heifer that ends up going fourth. This blue roan, you have to be impressed with the overall performance of this heifer. She just gets a little bit plainer looking up through her front end, a little more condition up in her neck. For me, a little bit bigger in her joints. I just like to refine her in that regard, but you do like the amount of bone work that's underneath her. Just refine her in her joints and how she's constructed that way. Nice heifer coming here, this red and white heifer. You like the overall makeup of that one. She's impressive as far as her muscle and her shape and the doability in her. She just gets a little bit unbalanced, a little bit higher in her flank. Just like to level her out and give her a little more depth of body in her rear flank. Next heifer coming out, nice made kind of female, just real honest and functional looking. No bells and whistles to her. Just want to pretty that one up a notch, but you sure have to appreciate how good doing she is. She's very feed efficient, she looks like. Just like to clean her up in her chest as well. Then a little bit different kind of heifer in this blue roan that ends with, in this particular class, a little more conventional than I prefer, a little tighter wound kind of heifer, but an impressive individual from an overall muscle and stoutness standpoint.
Your class winner, Emily Lucas from Fairview FFA, followed by Asking Souls from Skytook. Third, J.C. McGowan from Maysville. Fourth, Lucas McGowan from Maysville. Fifth, Caleb Parrish from Nowata. In sixth place, Brantley Buller, Timberlake. Seventh, Hadley McGowan, Maysville. And eighth, Chet Moore from Howe FFA. We now have Division 3 champion and reserve champion.
Two class winners, you look at them, they're very similar in the way they come to us today. I mean, their overall makeup, the amount of body and shape, and the maternal look that they have in them. You look at them as they travel around the ring, they're both very, very good in that regard. It comes down to me, for me, separating this pair of class winners is the natural shape in them. And there's one that's just a little more genuine in its shape, or her shape. And she's a little bit nicer condition-wise, especially this time or point in her life. And that's the one I'm going to use in this division. And these 2 seconds, sure, cattle, like I talked about in their classes, it's, a lot of things can happen that's going to change how this ends up later. But right now, these two that are out in front of them are just a little bit more ready. They just have a little bit more to them in overall makeup. But excellent, excellent division. Give them a nice round of applause. Young man up there is going to have your division champion. Young lady right here in front of me that won the next class will be reserved. Give them a good hand.
Congratulations to Caden Worthington, who will be your Division 3 champion, Shorthorn Plus, and the reserve, Emily Lucas.
All right, back over here in ring number 2 in the Keanina Breeding Heifer Show. Placings in Class 2. Congratulations, Landry Schultz of the North Plain County 4-H Club. Second to McCade Summers from the Collinsville FFA. Trip Earls from Harmon County is third. Sadie Parks is fourth from Ringwood.
only a class, but a division, and a really nice division champion here in this young man's red and white heifer. A heifer that's really complete looking out here. Incredible. And you watch this one travel around the ring, how flexible she is. She's just really elegant as you watch this heifer move. Very good as far as the way she hits the ground. She's got some cushion to that rear pastern. She's got enough maternal look to her, but we still have some muscle and shape to balance everything out. Interesting white heifer that ends up being reserve in this division. Real attractive fronted kind of female, real up-headed, but a heifer that gets just a little bit piecier looking out here. She doesn't move quite with the flexibility that we've got in our division champion. Gets a little more restricted on both ends as you watch her go. A heifer that just doesn't have the real smooth look as what we've got in our division champion. You know, it's third and fourth are close. I mean, you can decide what you will like better in this out of this pair. I ended up going with a more maternal looking kind of female, a little more long extended kind of heifer. That's for sure. A female is just a little more efficient or a little more productive looking than this young lady's heifer that ends up fourth. Sure, there's some great pieces to that one, really good necked. It has some tremendous amount of natural shape and muscle and bone underneath her, but a little shorter coupled, a little quicker maturing than I prefer. So you just had to make in mind what you would rather have between that pair, but both a lot different and both good kind of cattle.
Congratulations on Class 8 of your Shorthorn Plus heifers. Replacing Cash Lamley O'Keene FFA will be your class winner, followed by Jay McPeak from Shakota, third Bowen Roberts from Grove, and Sadie Kluwer was fourth from Thomas Fay Custer. Cash Lamley will be your Division 4 champion as well, and Jay McPeak will be your reserve division champion. We now have Class 9 on the show ring. Class 9 of your Shorthorn Plus heifers.
All right, getting back to ring number 2 in the Keenan Heifer Show, our Division 1 champion exhibited by Cade Fallon out of class number 1. Reserve exhibited by Keaton Slover, which was your first place out of class number 3. Keaton from the Tishomingo FFA. Also, the results of class 3. Second place, Sophia York from the Raven chapter is second. Third is Colby Tiffler of Stratford. Fourth, Hollis Driscoll from the Ripley FFA chapter. And fifth, Darby Garbon from Stevens County 4-H. Moving right along to class number 4 in ring number 2 for the Keenan Breeding Heifer Show.
Here in the Shorthorn Pluses, two heifers are just adequate as far as watch these things walk around the ring. So when you just start looking at them phenotypically, forget about how they're moving. The heifer that's most pleasing to me is this young man's white heifer to win this class. A real straight line, level hip, nicely built kind of female. She's got some extension in her front end. She's got some angularity as well in that regard. No doubt this heifer, this black and white one, is a higher performing kind of female. Got some natural shape in her, some bone work as well. But to me, she isn't built quite as true in her spine out through her hip. She's a little bit lower neck set to her coming out of her shoulder. Just some little things that separate these two, but both have a lot of utility, a lot of productivity as well in them.
Congratulations to your Class 8. Shorthorn Plus heifers.
These two, just on completeness, soundness, as you watch this one go, maternal look is definitely favors this heifer to win this class. You like how extended she is up through her neck, real pretty headed kind of female. Going to go on and just make a wonderful brood cow for this young lady. Sure have to be impressed how straight line young man's heifer is. She's real level hipped. She's got some actual power and stoutness to her. She's just a little more restricted in her movement. Doesn't quite as flexible on both ends. Has a little bit more chest sticking out in front of her front legs. Kind of throws her balance off just a little bit. But a sure one that looks like she's going to go ahead and raise like a herd bull because of how stout built she is.
Congratulations to your Class 10 winner, Talia Ferguson from Burden FFA, followed by David Workman in second place from Stonewall. We'll now move to Class 11. Class 11 of your Shorthorn plus heifers into show ring number 1, Class 11.
To me, that dominates the tree of the three out here in this black one, where you really get to looking at her, what she has to offer. Real maternal look to her. She's starting to make a little bit of an udder, and yet she's real fresh out here. They've done a wonderful job keeping her in the condition that she's in. Gives you a really fantastic look from a profile. She's got enough depth of body, enough capacity in her. Heifer here in second is real intriguing. You love this thing when she gets her parked out here. She gives you, her top is right, her hip is good, but when she gets her in motion is where this heifer kind of wants to roll up in her top just a little bit. She isn't as straight and true in her way this one moves from behind is what we've got in the black heifer, but a really unique look to this one. Another one that's got some maternal look to her as well, starting to make an udder, going to go on and make a wonderful, wonderful cow for that young lady. Black heifer that ends up being third, sure, a real stout, big-ended individual. You have to be impressed with the amount of muscle and shape that she's got in her. She just needs a little bit tweaked on both ends to just free her up in her movement, freshen her up in her front end as compared to the two that walk out ahead of her, but a lot of usefulness in that female, breeding her and going on with a cow. Nice 3-0 heifers in this particular class.
Placings over here in class number 4, the late April Key Heifers. First, and congratulations to Madeline McLean of the Leedy FFA chapter. Jason Newport of Bing 4-H is second. Third place goes to Heston Hansa from the Sterling FFA. Cale Locke from Bristow 4-H is fourth. Fifth is Finley Mosteller from Fort Gibson. Sixth, J. Lee Kelso from Quinton. And Cooper Callison from Burlington is seventh.
Your Class 11 placings over here in the
I've heard Blake say it yesterday a little bit when he was picking something, a division or a breed champion, that, you know, if you owned these heifers, and obviously you can figure out that I've got it down to two, or the two that I like. So if you own either one of these, you're going to be mad if you don't win this. And you probably have every right to be that way, because you do have a good one. There's no doubt about it. And these two children out here, these two showmen, are showing the wheels off of these things. So they're not making my job very easy the way they're doing what they're doing to their heifers. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the other four showmen out here, but these two right here, they're definitely bringing the heat. And when you do that, I mean, that's all you can ask out of them. I mean, you can't be upset if you don't win this division because you didn't do your job. They did do their job. I mean, there is no doubt about it. It just comes down to personal preference. You know, the next guy is going to do it a little different, and that's fine. You know, that's what makes the world go round. The one I like in this division, well, let's put our hands together for the exhibitors in this division first, and then I'll tell you how I like them. Young man's black heifer is going to win this division. Young lady's roan heifer will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Division 5 champion, Jake Inman from the Moreland FFA, and your reserve in Division, Talia Ferguson from Verdon FFA, and your Shorthorn Plus.
Heifers and these spring yearlings, and sure, there's all four of these have something really cool to offer, and they will make a difference in a breeding program. There's no doubt about it, because they're just a little bit different in the way they come to us. This one to lead off this class does it pretty handily in my mind, and I haven't talked a lot about feet out here, because when you don't really see a lot of difference, there's no sense in talking about foot size and all that, but you can see a difference in this class, how nice-footed this one is in comparison to the rest of the cattle. I mean, this is a really good-footed, big-footed kind of female, really complete in her overall makeup, really easy to look at, one that you like to look at, especially when he gets her in motion. This thing can really get out and go, and everything stays where it's supposed to. A little bit bigger, stouter individual coming here in second. Well, you get right up on top of that one. That one isn't as square built out through her hip, a little piecier the way this one comes to us in her forerib and how it hooks to her shoulder. Next heifer coming out, if you could just take her from her shoulders back, that's where this heifer excels, because of how much power she's got in her, the bone work that's underneath her. Heifer that's just tremendous. This one will flat raise something someday. She's just a little bit plainer headed kind of heifer, not as attractive in that regard. I'd like to change the shape of her foot and the way her foot is designed, but a really stout individual, just like to tweak her in a couple different spots. And then a real nice pattern to this heifer that ends up being fourth. And it's very unfortunate to this young lady, because she's done a really nice job getting this one presented. Real fresh-haired kind of heifer. Just not enough heifer here. Gets a little bit racier looking as far as not quite enough natural depth of her flank. A heifer that just not as much natural shape in her when you step in behind her as the three head that walked out in front of her. But a nice pattern to this heifer. It's unfortunate she's fourth. Good kind of cattle within this class.
Congratulations to your Class 12 winner in your Shorthorn Plus, Jace Parker from Lone Grove FFA, followed by Addison Dick from Oklahoma Union, third Aspen Souls from Skytook, fourth Allie Harrison from Westville. Will also be your Division 6 champion and reserve champion, Jace Parker, with the reserve being Addison Dick.
Nice set of heifers here again in our key class, our Jan Fed class. A big bodied, really good looking heifer here that wins the class. I really like where she sets her neck up to the top of her shoulder. A lot of rib and a lot of volume to this female as you get up on top of her. Still some spread out through her hip. She's got some dimension down her top. Big hind leg underneath of that heifer. Could maybe settle her in her pastern just a little bit, but I think she reaches pretty well. That's a good heifer there to lead off the class. Nice heifer in second. I think very logically fits here just in terms of her body type and her volume. She probably doesn't have just quite the overwhelming width we find in the heifer that starts the class, but you certainly like her kind very well. Very composed on her hind leg. Maybe could spread her knee there just a little bit and settle her on her front feet just a notch, but very, very nice heifer there in second. The black heifer here in third, a bit of a divide here between the second and third. A nice look to this heifer. We just got to give her a little more oomph in the middle part of her body in relation to those top two cattle. Then the black and white heifer's got a nice look up to her front end. I just like to pry her apart at her base here and just maybe clean her up there a little bit in her hock, but still a quality heifer here to close out.
Real photogenic heifer here that win this last class in division. When this young lady got her parked out here, these young ladies over here just went to clicking their cameras because of the way this is parked out here. And obviously that's a reason, because this girl did a really good job getting her stood up here. A heifer that's really complete, real easy to look at, real fresh in her overall appearance, in her condition. Just a incredible individual in a lot of different ways to end up with here in the Shorthorn Pluses. Real maternal looking. She's got starting to make a little bit of an udder. So this is going to be really interesting. A real competitive individual when we get them all back out here to pick a champion Shorthorn Plus. Give this young lady a nice hand with her single entry division.
Placings in Class 7.
Crosswhite, along with she'll be your Division 7 champion. We're now going to bring all of our division winners and reserves in to show for your overall Shorthorn Plus champion and reserve champion. All of our 7 division winners making their way into the show ring number 1 for our final drive in the Shorthorn Plus.
Exhibitors, a great round of applause. I don't typically do this, but this lineup is really intriguing to me when you get them all back out here. And I'm going to go through and talk each one of them, and you can try to figure out which one I'm going to end up using or how I'm going to line them up after I get done talking them. Start down there on those calves, that first division champion, the future that this heifer exhibits out here, the look of that one, how good she is in her overall makeup and her skeleton, and get her in motion, how attractive she is pretty incredible. I mean, that one puts a lot of really cool things together. The red heifer right behind her, very, very complete. I mean, one that you just love the bone work that's underneath her, how fresh appearing she is condition-wise, just up-headed, just a really incredible individual from a completeness standpoint. It's hard to really pick a hole in that one when you really look at her, or as you look at her as an individual. The next heifer, a heifer that beat a really nice heifer right here in front of me, but so attractive. I mean, that heifer can get out and move with just impeccable ease, really soft pastern, good neck kind of female, one that it looks like she's going to no doubt lay down and have a great one, or be able to have a whole slew of really good-looking calves when she gets to that point. The young man's red roan right there, just a real good, honest, thick-made, powerful kind of female. Another one, you ask her to take off and go, look at him. He just takes off and goes with her, and she just goes right along with him. Very flexible, very fluid, very easily going. A heifer that's really loose as you watch her go. This next heifer, this black heifer right in front of me now, beat a really good one in that division, but really stout, a real tall, upstanding kind of female, a little bit bigger framed. I like big cattle. If they come like this, I love kind of cattle that look like this because of how they're designed, just so good in the way this one's structure is. Everything fits together, extremely fresh in her condition. One that they've done an impeccable job getting that one ready. Same with this reserve in that division. It's just really impressive to see cattle that look like that when they bring them back out here. The next division champion, a heifer that come out of just a class. There wasn't any more in that division, just a class, and that was the division, but just a really honest kind of female, a female that you love as far as a brood cow look to her, a heifer that just doesn't overpower you with muscle, but there's just enough. There's just enough angularity and femininity in that heifer. Big bodied, real brood cow look to that particular female. The heifer that wins the last division. She was a single entry. Real, like I talked about, real photogenic kind of female, real maternal look to her. Incredible udder look coming underneath that heifer at this point. Real small teats, got some separation between the front and back. This one's going to be an unbelievable cow when she gets to that point for this young lady. So I don't know if you figured out how I like them, because there is just so much quality out here in this lineup. You're not going to be wrong with whatever you pick. Give them another round of applause. I'll go pick 3.
Shorthorn Plus. Your overall champion belonged to Jace Parker. Congratulations to Jace Parker. Your reserve, Leighton Straight. Congratulations to Leighton. And your third overall, Area Johnson in the Shorthorn Plus. Once again, thank you to our judge, and thank you to all of our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. We have our bred and own coming in. We have several bred and own in our Shorthorn Plus.
Shorthorn Plus, a nice round of applause. They've definitely made the right decisions on what they bred their cow to whenever they did a year or two, whatever it was ago, and it's worked out very, very well for them. You get these back out here and remember what I did in the classes. It's pretty easy what filters to the top, and then you look at the cattle themselves. There's no doubt it fits very, very well. The heifer coming around right here, this red roan right here is going to be your champion bred known. The black heifer right behind her, that big heifer, is going to be reserved. And third is this black heifer right here in front of me right now. Give him a nice round of applause.
Ferguson, your reserve Addison Dick, and your bronze Bristol Soul. So that is your top three in your bred and owned on the Shorthorn Plus side. We'll get ready for our Simmental and Simmental Influence show here in just a few minutes.
Nice class to start out these purebred Semital's with. In these late Mays, this young lady in the green's got a really nice female, real unique looking thing, a real green condition wise, but so good in the way this one's put together, her soundness, her skeleton, the look that she gives you from a profile standpoint is pretty incredible. A nice place to start. Next heifer coming out, sure, a real stout individual. You can't deny that about her. You like though how easy doing she is, the performance in her, but to me she's getting a little bit more condition up through her front hand, a little plainer headed, not quite as youthful looking out here as our class winner, but big rugged kind of heifer that no doubt's going to raise something on down the line when she becomes a cow. Here's one coming out next in third, a little more moderate frame kind of heifer. Wants to run downhill just a little bit. A heifer that gets a little more opened up in her shoulder, not quite as unique looking, as sexy looking up through the front 1/3 of her body. Next heifer coming out. You like this heifer from her hip forward. She wants to duck her pins a little bit when he gets her in motion. Female, you just like to level up, square her up out through her hip. The baldy heifer coming after her, sure one that you like from her shoulders forward, her hip forward, really fresh looking, really good neck kind of heifer. She gets a little bit higher flanked, a little bit tighter made kind of female. Next heifer coming out, a little greener condition wise, just not quite enough heifer there. Female you like from her overall makeup, real straight line, real level hip, good at the ground as you watch that one go, just needs to be more of her. Then that heifer following in behind her, just a little bit too rigid on both ends as you watch her go. Just set her back in her shoulder, give her a little more flex and looseness as you watch that one travel, but you sure do like the overall performance of that female.
Your first class of your Simmental breeding heifers. Congratulations to your class winner, Lucy Carmen from Laverne FFA, followed by Tucker Roberts from Roth FFA. Third, Easton Robinson from Bristow. Fourth, Judd Davis Empire. Fifth, Morris Litzenberger from Winoka. Sixth, Lily Smoot from Tushka FFA. Seventh, Maisie Willis from Turner. We now have class 2 of your Simmental breeding heifers in show ring number 1, class 2.
The second class of these May purebreds, sure some good cattle all the way through this class as well. The heifer to lead off this class does it pretty handily in my mind. You really get to analyze on that one what she has to offer, the condition she comes to us in, the look that she has, very maternal, very unique looking up through her front end, really long and extended in her overall makeup, sound when you get her in motion, just a real pleasing kind of heifer to start with in this class. Next two heifers, you can switch them around if you want to. I'll describe what I see in them. To me, this baldy heifer's a little bit flatter shouldered, a little bit bigger bodied kind of female. A heifer, to me, just blends in a little bit nicer, especially when you get these things on the move. You don't see all the shoulder that move on this heifer like you do on the third place heifer. A little more chest than I prefer in this particular baldy female, but, you know, there is a lot to go from their back on this female. You have to be impressed with this one coming in third. There's no doubt about that. The amount of muscle and natural shape that's in this heifer. But like I said, there's a little more shoulder than I prefer, especially when you get that one on the move. You can really see that blade move. She gets just a little bit rounder made out through her hip comparatively to the two heifers that go out ahead of her. Real practical, functional kind of baldy this little guy has here in fourth. Just like to see just a little bit more of her. She gets kind of swallowed up out here in this class, but really a good kind of female, just not enough of her. If she'll continue to grow, she is really competitive because of her overall makeup. Next heifer coming out to me is just a little bit nicer pattern kind of heifer. She balances up a little bit nicer than the baldy right behind her, just not quite enough natural depth of body and natural depth of flank in her to get her any higher. This baldy is a little more extended of the two heifers on either side of her, that's for sure, but one that's just a little bit flatter made off her rib, in her rib shape and her muscle shape. Just like to put a little more punch to that heifer, a little more refined in her bone work as well. Nice looking heifer to end with in this particular class. Really good looking up through her front end, very angular and very feminine, but just not enough actual heifer here when you're talking about muscle and natural depth of body and depth of flank. Young lady does a nice job getting this one presented.
Placings in Class 2 of your Simmental breeding heifers. Congratulations to your class winner, Gracelyn McClure from Grady County 4-H, followed by Lillian Masters from Morrison. Third, Darcy Lamley from O'Keene. Fourth, Wiley Shaw from the Raiden 4-H. Fifth, Addison Allman from Mangum. Sixth, Eli Sliger from Hogelo FFA. Seventh, Dixon Davis from Porter. Division 1 champion, reserve champion in this show ring.
First division, these purebred Simmentals, and it's pretty crazy that these two class winners look the same, and basically these two seconds look the same. These two class winners are really extended, really good-looking kind of females, and get out and go, and they're give up just a little bit of muscle and shape, possibly, to these 2 seconds, but these 2 seconds are a little different kind of heifers that are not quite as unique looking up through their front end, not quite as attractive looking from one end to the other as these two class winners. So when you really get to looking at these two class winners, it's just personal preference. To me, there's one that's got just a little bit more natural shape in her at this point in her life, and they're both mays. So, I mean, there's going to be a difference, a little bit bolder sprung from one end to the other, and that's this heifer that comes out of the second class. She'll be your division champion. The one that won the first class will be your reserve. Congratulations. Give them a good hand.
Congratulations to your Division I champion, purebred Simmental. It's going to be Graceland McClure out of Class 2, and your reserve, Lucy Carmen.
Really good lineup of
red heifers. There's sure some differences out here. All these heifers are just adequate in how they can get out and go, and then you get to really get looking at them from the ground up or from their legs up. The most pleasing one to me to win this class is black heifer leading off. A heifer that's got enough body and shape in her. She's got some extension up through that front end. It's a really powerfully made kind of female from one end to the other. I do like the shoulder and the flatness of shoulder in this red heifer a little bit more than I do our class winner, but there's just not enough heifer here when you're really looking at how much natural depth of body and depth of flank in one. A heifer that struggles just a little bit, you ask that one to take off and go. Next heifer coming out here in third, a little bit shorter, coupled kind of females. Just like to see just this heifer extended from one end to the other, a little bit plainer up through the front 1/3 of her body, but real impressive individual from her body standpoint, how much she actually has, her depth and rear flank in this particular female. Just like to see this one extended out. A little bit flatter made kind of heifer coming here in fourth. I really like this heifer from her hip forward, how extended she is in the front 1/3 of her body, but there's just not enough heifer there as far as muscle and shape and bone to get her any higher. And that's what we have in these next two baldy heifers. They do have a lot of power and substance to them, but heifers to me are a little bit rounder in the way they come to us, a little bit racier looking as far as their belly and their rear flank in these two, but both boys do a nice job getting them shown out here. They've done a nice job getting them presented, but both these heifers are very, very similar, just a little bit rounder in their overall makeup.
Your class 3 of your Simmental breeding heifers. Congratulations to your class winner, Lexi Rogers from Tishomingo, FFA, followed by Hudson Prater from Grady County. Third, Cutter Bow, Union City. Fourth, Hayden James from Wellston. Your fifth place, Griffin Ritchie from Altus Christian Academy. And sixth, Rhett Weeks from Sealing, FFA. We'll now move to class 4 of your Simmental breeding heifers. Class 4, Simmental.
There's a logical place to start in this particular class. This Baldy, when you just look at them from a ground standpoint on how they can get out and go, heifer that puts a lot of really nice things together as far as her makeup, her look, her freshness out here. Doesn't overpower you as far as muscle shape, but doesn't need to at this point. I mean, just a heifer that shows a lot of promise, a lot of future going forward. Next two heifers are a little bit different. I mean, they give up. You got to make some gives and takes here. This Baldy that ends up going second, to me, gives you a nicer look from a profile standpoint. She's more genuine in her body dimension from front to rear. A heifer that you'd like to change just a little bit or prefer that she'd go with a little more ease off her rear end. I mean, she wants to drag just a little bit of a leg there out here, but then the heifer coming here in third's a little bit too upright in her front shoulder. So, I mean, you have to make a decision of what you prefer to do out here because this one is a really stout, powerful individual. There's no doubt about that. The amount of shape and muscle and overall tone that she has out here is pretty incredible in comparison to what's in the class. You just like to set her back in her shoulder, not quite the overall depth of body in her from front to rear is what we've got in that heifer that goes out in second. Now this one coming here in fourth gives up quite a bit as far as muscle and overall power to the heifers on either side of her, but this is one that can get out and go. She is definitely the soundest one of the last three out here. A female that's very flexible, has some reach, and no doubt all she's got to do is just continue to develop. Black heifer right here in front of me, really stout individual. You have to be impressed with what this heifer has to offer until you ask her to go, and then she really struggles on both ends. Same with the red heifer. You like the look of her, a real maternal look to that particular red heifer, but she struggles the most of anything in this particular class when you ask them to take off and go and put her in motion, just like to loosen her up, give her a little more flexibility.
Congratulations over here to your class 4 of your Simmental breeding heifers. Your class winner was Claire Cunningham from Locust Grove, followed by Emily Schnellenberg from Lomega. Third, Lakin Marlette from Share Mutual. Fourth, Britton Stout from Coyle. Fifth, Eli Robinson from the Blanchard 4-H. Sixth, River Winters from Laverne. We now have class 5 of your Simmental breeding heifers into show ring number 1, class 5.
All right, business is picking up over here in ring number 2 in the Horned Hereford Breeding Heifer Show. First class, first, and congratulations to Crew Cummins from the Harmon County 4-H Club. Moving right into class number 2. Looks like we got the May heifers.
We get into this younger class of these marches. Definitely a place to start in this class. This young lady's got a really nice heifer. You look at her from the ground up. I noticed her as soon as she hit the ring, how this one can just float and go. And she's got some reach and flexibility. A heifer that puts a lot of really good things together as far as her shape and the overall muscle and capacity that we see in this one. Nice place to start. From there, you can do a lot of different things. I ended up going with a more sound heifer than what we've got in 3. One that is just a little bit flatter made kind of heifer, especially from her hip back, but a heifer that's a little bolder up through her front end. Heifer, you just like to balance that one up just a little bit nicer, but a real sound individual that does give you an adequate look from the side. This black and white one coming here in 3rd sure has some unique parts to her, the amount of shape and overall muscularity of this heifer, but with that, she gets a little bit tighter as you watch that one go. Just like to see that one loosened up in her spine and her overall skeleton to get her any higher in this class. Young man coming here in 4th, got a really nice looking one. I mean, real maternal, real beautiful necked female, beautiful headed, good bodied, shape in that one. She's just a little bit flatter looking. She wants to get up in her top a little bit for me out here, and I don't know whether she's just a little bit too full or what her deal is, but I just like to level her up in her top line and in her spine. Same with that baldy heifer right behind her. She's good when he's got her parked, gets her in motion is when she wants to get up in her top. A heifer, you like the bone work underneath that one, really rugged in that regard, has a tremendous amount of cushion as you watch that one go. Then a really stout individual that's got some shape in her and overall power in her, but she gets a little easier in her top, a little bit more chest in her, throws her balance off just a notch. Young man, when he does get her parked out here, she does give you a really nice look from a profile standpoint. Real maternal, flatter made kind of heifer to end with. The young man's red one back here, sure one that's good in her top. She's good in her spine. She's level out through her hip, just not enough of that heifer to move her up any higher in this class.
Your class number 5 over here in the Simmental breeding heifers. Your placings, congratulations to your class winner, Rainey Williams from Delaware County 4-H, followed by Barrett Grissom from Strother. 3rd, Destiny Carrier from Mangum. Your 4th place, Wyatt Miller from Chandler. 5th, Rush Herzog from Norman FFA. 6th, Wager Ferguson from El Reno FFA. 7th, Cooper Callison from Burlington. We have Class 6 with your Simmental breeding heifers in show ring number 1, Class 6.
Get into this class of purebreds. There's some really excellent kind of cattle all the way through this class. And up here on this front end, this is a nice heifer to win this class. You really get to look at what she has to offer, the overall length of body, the length of spine, length of hip in this heifer is incredible. Heifer that doesn't blow you away as far as her depth of body. I mean, she doesn't need to be any deeper than that at this age in her life. A heifer that just really complete looking. Incredible. You get her in motion, how she can get out and flex and go and reach and do all the things she needs to do. Nice place to start. When the class started, as soon as they hit the ring, I thought I was going to use this Baldy, until that one came in. But a female that you really gravitate to for what she has to offer, her natural shape and dimension to her, she just gets a little bit shorter moving than heifers on either side of her when you really get her, ask her to take off and go, but so good in her overall makeup and what she has to offer as far as natural thickness and look. The next heifer coming out is very good as far as getting her to go and flex and move. She has a little bit more reach in her. She's just getting a little bit deeper neck kind of female, just not as elegant in the front 1/3 of her body as what we have in the two that walk out ahead of her. Nice looking, good one. This Baldy, when you get her parked out here, she just gets a little bit easier in her top. A heifer that struggles just a little bit on either end when you ask her to take off and go. Nice heifer from her shoulders back. The young man here in the cowboy hat, I'd just like to change her up in the front 1/3 of her body, pretty her up, give her a little more angularity and femininity in that regard in the front 1/3. A heifer that you have to really appreciate coming here behind her, this Baldy female, because she's very good up through the front 1/3 of her body, very up-headed, very attractive kind of female, just doesn't move quite good enough, a little bit harder bellied, or a little racier looking kind of female, but a really long and extended heifer to end up with in this class.
Nice set of heifers here in our first division of these horn cattle.
Congratulations to Olivia Jones from the Meeker 4-H, followed by Cater Chambers from Alec FFA. Third, Camden Wilson from Perkins Tryon. Fourth, Marsden Marshall from Beaver. Fifth, Zane Moser from Moore. Sixth, Kane Dossett from Owasso FFA. We now have Class 7 in the show ring of your Simmental breeding heifers, Class 7.
Boy, it's a phenomenal class of these purebred semis, these February heifers out here, and there's a lot of different things you can do. There's no doubt about it. If you have a certain kind you like, you're probably not going to have these two up here on the front end. I do have a certain kind that I like, and these two fit it extremely well. They don't have to be the biggest, boldest, heaviest muscled or heaviest structured heifers to win a class for me, because I just like them really angular, really feminine, really sound when you ask them to take off and go. So, I mean, there's different things you can do, obviously, in this class because those options are in this class. There's no doubt about it. This heifer that win, though, oh my gosh, the way this one is put together, what she has to offer, the condition she's in up high in her skeleton, what she projects she's going to look like as a big one, it'll be incredible because her structure and her skeleton is impeccable. The way that one can go, just so many positives about that heifer winning this class. And I don't want to take anything away from this heifer coming in second because she is so similar to that heifer. She's got just a little bit different leg set to her. When you really look at how her leg comes out of her quarter, she kind of wants to hook them up underneath her just a little bit. Not as stout in that regard either, but her body and her overall makeup is so similar to that heifer that wins the class. Condition is very similar as well. A big, big future in front of both these heifers that are on the top end of this class. Next two heifers are very, very similar. You want to gravitate towards them. I don't have a problem with it because they are stout. They have something to them. They have a lot of performance in them. But to me, they're just not quite as angular, quite as feminine. They got a little more neck in them. Females that just don't offer quite as much as far as a maternal look to them as what we've got in the two that go out ahead of them. But good kind of heifers, no doubt, high performing, very useful kind of heifers that are going to do a lot of neat things for those exhibitors as when they become cows. Next heifer coming out, same with this heifer. From her shoulders back, really nice. I mean, she's built really good from there back, but from there forward, I'd like to change her, but give her a little more angularity and a little more femininity in that regard. Nice baldy heifer that isn't showing very well for this girl out here, but you sure have to appreciate the fresh look of this one. She's real up-headed, real attractive. Just like to tone her down a little bit as far as her condition. Heifer that gets just a little bit chunkier looking out here, if you will. Nice pattern to this next heifer coming out, just a little bit shorter couple. Just needs to be extended a little bit, open her up or make her a little bit bigger outline kind of heifer will help that one out tremendously because you do like how soft made she is, very feed efficient kind of heifer. A little bit racier bodied one going out right behind her, just soften that one up, give her a little more flexibility. Next heifer, just a little bit piecier looking. You like the parts and pieces, just need to put them together a little bit better to get this heifer a little bit higher in this class.
Congratulations to Division III winner and Class 7 winner, Halen Harton from the Medill FFA chapter. Outstanding job. And then our Division II champion was exhibited by Carly McCracken out of Class 6 and a reserve Division II champion, Miranda Hanson, out of Class number 5. And moving right into Class number 8 in the Horned Heifers division over here. Over here in ring number 1, your Class 7 placings in the Simmental breeding heifers. Congratulations to your class winner, Kylie Elmore from Garfield County. Second place, Courtney Campbell from Timberlake. Third, Jason McGowan from Maysville. Fourth, Blakely Bean from Yukon. Fifth, Jenna Donaldson from Drummond. Sixth, Brackett Ridling, Canute. Seventh, Jamie Talbot from Nokomis. Your eighth place, Riley Vessels from Tushka. Ninth, Cami Evig from Prague. We now have Class 8 of your Simmental breeding heifers in show ring number 1, Class 8.
We get into this last class of this division here in the Semitoles. Boy, a nice place to start. This young man in the blue to lead off this class, a heifer that puts a lot of really nice things together, really complete looking kind of female. You like the bone work, and then from there up, everything kind of fits together. The body, the muscle, the extension, the angularity of this female is really nice. Next heifer in line just gives up a little bit as far as shape to the heifer that wins the class. You just like to see just a little bit more of her when you step in behind her. Not quite as elegant looking up through the front 1/3 of her body as our class winner. Next heifer, no doubt, is the highest performing heifer in this class. Big, stout individual, but to me, she's a little more mature looking than I prefer, especially compared to her contemporaries out here. A little more front end in this heifer, a little more chest in her. Just like to pretty her up in that regard, but big legs underneath her, a lot of muscle, a lot of shape, a lot of natural body capacity in that heifer that ends up going third. Next heifer coming out, just a little bit plainer looking kind of female. You like how she is constructed. I mean, a heifer that's good in her top. She's level out through her hip. Just like to change that one just a little bit by comparison up through her neck. Prettier up in that regard, cleaner up, but a heifer that's good at the ground as you watch that one go out of the ring. Next heifer is just a little bit racier looking kind of female. You like how fresh appearing she is out here. They've done a nice job getting her ready. Just not enough depth of flank, not enough overall capacity in her. The baldy heifer, a little bit piecier looking kind of female. Like to fix her right there in her forerib, blow her apart in that regard, but a long and extended kind of female for that young man. And then the heifer that follows in behind her, sure one that's up-headed. She's good out through her, in her top and out through her hip heifer. And when you get her in motion, when you get her parked out here, she wants to roll off of her pins just a little bit. Not quite a soft-made heifer as what we've got in some of them out ahead of this heifer as she exits the ring.
All right, congratulations to your Class 8 winner over here in the Simmental breeding heifers, Hank Hanza from Sterling FFA, followed by Bailey Robinson from Okeen. Third, Charlie Mock from Yukon. Fourth, Lariat Sasser from Guthrie. Fifth place, Izzy Bird from Perkins Tryon. Sixth, Jet Schaefer from Chandler. Seventh, Cash Kreiner from Porter. We're now going to show for Division 2 champion and reserve champion Simmental breeding heifer, Division 2 drive, Simmental breeding heifer.
Boy, this is a pretty incredible division here in the purebred Semitalls. You didn't really realize what I was getting myself into when I started using or started this breed out, and then the longer this division went, they just kept coming and coming and coming, and it is really cool to see, and it's interesting when you get these class winners back out here. You're thinking at the time that you used them in class that they moved extremely well, and then you just keep going, and then you find ones or you get them back out here, and some of them, wow, these can move a little bit better than the ones I thought were moved really good in their class. So it's really interesting to see that, what the difference is, because all you're doing out here is comparing cattle. You're not comparing them to the perfect one, because the perfect one's not out here. You're just comparing them with what we have out here, and it is really cool to see and so impressive. Give all these exhibitors in this division a great round of applause. You might not agree with me when I pick this division, and that's perfectly fine. If you don't like it, you come talk to me afterwards. I'll tell you why I did it. If you don't understand already, then you probably weren't listening to what I was talking about in their class. I'm not going to go through and talk each one of them. I probably should, because they're that good, and it would be real easy to do. But, the thing about it is, you already heard me talk. You're going to hear me talk too much, or already have this today anyway. The heifer that I like coming out of this division, I talked about it in that class and what she had to offer, and it just solidifies itself when you come back out here in this division. This heifer right here in front of me, young lady right here in green, your division champion. Reserve is the one right in front of her in this division. Congratulations. These fallborns, and this is not only a class but a division. And so we got a nice pair up here to be champion and reserve in this division. Young man's heifer pretty much dominates this division when you really look at what she's got out here as far as their freshness and condition and movement on this particular female. Real good natural body shape to that one as well. Just a really nice individual here to win this division. As heifer coming ends up being reserve in this division, is the most flexible one of what we got left out here in this class. Female that gets a little bit easier in her top, a heifer that you really like. The extension you see in the front 1/3 kind of rolls off her hip just a little bit, but boy, she is flexible. She's got some natural reach to her as you ask her to take off and go. Really impressive individual from a stoutness standpoint is a red heifer coming here in third. You can't deny that about that heifer, but boy, she gets just a little bit more wound up as far as how she can move. I just like to loosen her up. She's a little more restricted how she goes. Heifer that you just like to smooth up, give her a little more flexibility as you watch her go. Next heifer coming out, the Baldy. Sure, a nice, pretty individual, real fresh appearing kind of heifer. Just not enough natural body shape and dimension to her. Gets a little more upright on her pastern as you watch that one go. Young man's heifer that follows in behind her, just a little bit plainer looking kind of heifer, a little more condition in comparison to the heifer that walked out ahead of her, especially down in her chest. Heifer gets a little bit looser in the underneath of this female from her navel back. You just like to tighten her up in that regard, but a real brood cow look to her should do very well in that regard for that young man.
Congratulations over here to your Class 9 and also your Division 3 champion, your class winner and champion Trip Berna from Stroud FFA, followed by your reserve in the second in class, Darcy Lamley from O'Keene. Third in that class was McCoy Landwer from Drummond. Fourth, Mackenzie Clark from Moreland. And fifth, Wyatt Miller from Chandler 4-H. We now bring in Class 10 of your Simmental breeding heifers in show ring number 1.
get into this class this summers, and it's also a division. Boy, a real nice place to start, or two really nice individuals to have up here, to have a division and reserve division. Two of them that are more advanced in their gestation out here, that's obvious, and one's a little bit farther than the other one, but the sure one that we like or use in this division, just a real attractive kind of female, sound as you go. Ask that one to take off and go. A lot of positives to her. Big rib, nice fronted, really fresh appearing out here. Young lady's heifer that ends up reserve in this division is a little bit farther along in her gestation. It's starting to pull her apart just a little bit in her top. You'd like to just open that one up or see just a little bit more natural thickness in it, but she's at the point where it's starting to fall away from her. Closer she's getting to calving, but really sound, real nice looking kind of female. A real brood cow look to that one. Next heifer coming out, sure like this heifer from her shoulders back. A heifer shows a lot of stoutness and muscle and shape, but from her shoulders forward, a heifer that wants to open up quite a bit more than I prefer in comparison to the two that walk out ahead of her. You just like to flatten her out right there at her shoulder, but a really stout, big-legged kind of female that ends up going third. Next heifer coming out, just like to see this one a little farther along in calf. Sure gives you an incredible look from a profile standpoint, real fresh appearing out here. Just not quite the natural depth of body at this stage, or by comparison to the three other heifers to get her any higher in this class. Next heifer coming out, just a little bit plainer made kind of female, kind of wants to roll up in her top a little bit when you get her in motion. Next heifer, young lady in green, a real nice, attractive looking kind of heifer, just not quite enough of her. Gets a little more rigid in her pasturing as you watch her go. Just like to soften her up in that regard, but it does a nice job getting this one shown. Baldy heifer going out next. Really long, extended, powerful kind of heifer, just not quite as unique looking. You just like to level that one up from hooks to pins, give her a little more angularity up through her front end. Then the young man's heifer that follows in behind her. Real nice look to that one. You like the outline of her, just not enough heifer there. Not quite enough bone work, not quite enough muscle shape and dimension overall to get her any higher. It throws her balance off just a little bit.
Your class placings on class 10 of your Simmental breeding heifers. Congratulations to that class winner, Brett Pembroke from the Fairview FFA, followed by Riley Schaefer from Chandler. Third, Tucker Roberts from Ross. Fourth, Annabelle Henderson from Stillwater. Fifth place, Tristan Bennett from Sand Springs. Campbell from Winoka. And 7th, Jaden Toston from Braid Oil. And 8th, Jax Davis from Porter. And of course, your Division 4 champion there with Brett Pembroke, reserve Riley Schaefer. And now in Class 11 of your Simmental breeding heifers in show ring number 1.
Congratulations out of class number 14, your Division 8 champion and reserve champion, Bria Herndon from Heifer FFA and Kaylin Chambers from the Alex FFA chapter. All right, we'll get ring 2 cleared out one more time and bring all of our division champions and reserves in to select our overall champion, reserve, and third best.
How we get into this class of Aprils, there's no doubt some quality all the way through this class. This is a very competitive class. It just kind of depends on where you put your priorities, how you're going to line these things up. To me, the freshest heifer out here is this heifer winning this class, a heifer that you really like from an overall outline of one. You like how much bone work's underneath her, a female that is really good from her shoulders back, how much natural body shape and dimension she has. From there forward, you'd like to tweak her just a little bit. She gets just a little bit crusty in her neck, but that's tweaking a really nice heifer there, and I don't typically like to do that, but that's a really good heifer. Nice place to start in this class. This next heifer coming out, just a little bit too much chest for me to get her to win this class, but you like as well how this one's designed. You like the overall makeup of this one, good body, got some tremendous amount of natural shape in her, heifer that you really gravitate to for that reason. The next heifer out, sure one that gives up a lot of power or some muscle and shape to heifers on either side of her, but she's the closest thing to Kevin of the ones up here on the front end of this class, and a beautiful udder underneath that heifer, and you really get to looking at her, what she has to offer. She is really fresh condition-wise. She's straight in line. She's level hip. There's just not as much heifer there compared to heifers on either side of her. Next heifer coming out, big, stout, robust kind of female, just a little bit rounder made than I like in her shoulder and out through her hip, down into that quarter, but it's really stout individual. Looks like she's going to go on and raise some herd bulls when she gets to that point. Nice maiden black baldy here that goes next, just a little bit tighter made kind of female, kind of gets up in her top just a little bit. Just like to soften that heifer up. A little softer made kind of female, real broody one going out right now. The young lady in blue just a little bit balances off on that one, a little deeper in her chest, wants to show a little bit more shoulder movement, and then a real nice pattern heifer to end with right there. Just a little bit more tubular looking, not quite far enough along in calf is what we've got in the rest of the class, but a nice made one to end with in this particular class of Aprils.
Congratulations here, your Class 11 of your Simmental breeding heifers. Your winner in Class 11, Hadley Ott from Lomega FFA, followed by Shelby Spradlin from Altus. Third, Jackson Pickens from Stillwater. Fourth place, Caden James from Wellston. Fifth, Riley Vessels from Tushka. Sixth, Georgia Baker from the Cheyenne FFA. Seventh, Abby Indris from Okarche. We now move to Class 12 of your Simmental heifers. Class 12.
Congratulations, Heifer. Cummins, Division I champion, and being your third best. Congratulations to all the Horned Hereford heifer exhibitors, and a big thank you to our judge, Dr. Mark Bloomberg.
This class of spring yearling Simmental's heifer is a pretty logical heifer to win this class when you really look at her and how fresh appearing she is. She's a real up-headed kind of female. Not quite far along as in gestation as the next two, but you can sure see that there's an udder coming. It looks like it's going to be nice when it finally does get to that point, but a real good kind of individual, very, very complete in her overall makeup. Next heifer coming out is one of them that's getting close to calving, and a female that's almost getting a little bit tight out here as far as her rib shape, but a real nice teat size on that one, real level in the udder that's coming underneath her. Just not quite as soft made from one end to the other as what we've got in our class winner. Next one coming out here in third. Sure like to tweak this one's udder just a little bit as it continues to fill out. It looks like it's going to be a little bit heavier on the back side than it is the front side, and just like to level that up. A heifer that gets a little bit racier looking as well. She's a little bit greener condition wise, and that's a good thing, but a female that's really sound. Just like to see just a little bit more punch in that the overall makeup of that cow. Nice pattern to this heifer coming here in fourth, just a little bit deeper chested, a little bit thicker neck kind of female. Just like to pretty this one up a little more feminine looking up to the front 1/3 of her body. Then a little bit flatter made kind of heifer young man there in blue with the cowboy hat. Just like to see just a little bit more natural shape and dimension to that heifer. Young man following in behind him with the blaze-faced heifer. Heifer that's got some nice pieces. You just like to put them together with a little bit better. Level that one out from hooks to pins. Fix her up right there right behind her shoulders, but a good kind of doing heifer that's going to end up being a nice cow for him.
Congratulations to your Class 12 winner of your Simmental breeding heifers. Huck Hansa from Sterling FFA, followed by Taylor White from Cushing. Third, Stacy Dixon from Edmond. Fourth, Chloe Cantrell from Stigler. Fifth, Rush Herzog from Norman. Sixth place, Tristan Bennett from Sand Springs FFA. We'll now bring in Class 13 of your Simmental breeding heifers, Class 13.
All righty, bred known Horned Hereford breeding heifers. Congratulations, Camden McKay from the Mohole Orlando FFA chapter is the champion exhibitor, and Comanche 4-H
Yep, last spot.
Well, we get to this last class of these purebred Simmentals. There's some serious cattle out here in these older heifers. And sure, you can do whatever you want to in this class. But to me, this makes the most sense when you look at these two up here on the front end. They're very similar in their type and kind. The one to win this class, to me, does it, and I'm not going to say easy, but that's a very complete, good-looking, sound individual that puts a lot of really nice things together and yet still in the right condition at this stage of her life. Good, and as far as her gestation, the top three are very close in that regard, so that's a good thing. You can see that they have a calf in them, no doubt about that. Young man's heifer that's exiting right now, just a little bit more chest in her, doesn't balance up quite as nice as our class winner, but a very good individual with a lot of quality. Next heifer coming out, she's got some really freaky parts to her. There's no doubt about that. Extremely up-headed, very attractive. She really gets your attention. And then you really get to looking at her or comparing her to the two that walk out ahead of her, a little bit plainer headed, a little bit more neck in her, a little stag or more crest to that neck. Not quite the angle and femininity that I've been talking about all day, but sure, some things about this one that are incredible. The overall makeup of her, the bone work, the look of her when she gets her park. She gets just a little bit tighter in her forerib by comparison to the two that walk out ahead of her. And probably, no doubt, this one's going to raise some herd bulls when it gets to that point with her, a female that's so good in the way that one's constructed as far as the power in her. Next heifer coming out just kind of logically goes there when you really look at the overall makeup one. She's not quite as far along in calf, obviously, as some of them on either side of her, but a really nice built one, real attractive kind of heifer. Next heifer coming out just gives up a little bit as far as overall mass and overall substance to the heifer right going out in front of her. Next heifer coming out, you like to change that one's udder just a little bit as it continues to fill out. A real unique looking up through the front 1/3 of her body, very angular and very feminine. Then the young lady's black baldy, just a real nice look to her, not quite as far along as in calf, obviously, as anything in this class, but sure has some natural shape and dimension to her.
Over here in show ring number 1, your last class, class 13 of your Simmental heifers or placings. Congratulations to Brooklyn Bailey, your class winner from Hydro Eakley, followed by Jonathan Wright. Third, Michaela Burr from Perkins. Fourth, Sadie Plagg from Guthrie. Fifth place, Ellie Tackett from Clenchie 4-H. Sixth place, Isaac Streck from Kremlin Hillsdale. Seventh, Lily Smoot from Tushka. We now have your Division 5 champion and reserve champion showing there in ring number 1. Our final
or the purebreds. Boy, what a competitive division this is. I mean, you looking at all 6 of these, and I remember what was in these classes all the way down through. This was really good, and unfortunately, there's a number of them that aren't out here because it was very, very good and a lot of quality. There's no doubt about that. It was very enjoyable division to go through. There's some things you have to sort through and decide what you can live with and what you can't. There's one that definitely wins this division. Now for reserve, it gets really close. You're just flipping a coin. You're just splitting hairs when you're talking about picking a reserve. Or for me out here reserve in this division, the heifer that's going to win this, well, let's give them all a round of applause, and I'll tell you how I like this division. This Blazeface heifer right here is your division champion. Congratulations. And for reserve, like I said, it's really close between these other 2 class winners, and I'm not trying to take anything away from these seconds, but just not quite the same level as what we've got in these 2 class winners out here. You're just splitting hairs. Young man right there in the blue is going to have your reserve division. Give him a nice round of applause.
Bring all of our division champions back in and show for your overall champion, reserve champion, and bronze Simmental breeding heifer. All of our division champions making their way into show ring number 1 for Simmental final drive.
Now we're going to pick a champion purebred Simmental here, and I could go through and talk all these again, but you're tired of hearing me talk about these things. I'm kind of, to me, I'm sounding redundant. Just say the same things over and over, just about different cattle. But one thing for sure, you can really see in this breed how they progress as they get older. It's really a nice set of cattle, from calves down there all the way to these older heifers. And talking about these calves, how much future they've got. Look to them, what they have to offer as time progresses and they continue to develop and grow. And then you look at them right there in the middle part of their show career, right there, that heifer in the middle, how well designed she is. And then you look at these two big bred heifers, how well they stay together, what they have to offer as far as the Simmentals, the bone work that's underneath them, just the natural power and muscle and shape in this breed is real impressive. Give all these Simmental exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go pick you 3. y'all are here in the bred known in this purebred semis, and we would only have three participants out here to get two out at this particular group. So my compliments go out to these youngsters for having these bred knowns, no doubt about it. Your reserve bred known be this black heifer right here in front of me, and your third overall will be the red heifer that's in front of her, the young man with the cowboy hat. Congratulations. Give him a nice hand.
Congratulations over here on your Simmental bred and owned. Your division champion Simmental bred and owned was Kylie Elmore. Your reserve Larrett Sasser, and your bronze Hudson Prater. We'll now move to our next breed, the Simmental Influence heifers. Lots of influence heifers today. We'll begin with Class 1. Class 1 of the Simmental Influence heifers in just a few minutes.
Beautiful heifer
June and July. Percentage heifer's a nice place to start in this blaze face heifer, baldy heifer to win. A real good structured heifer. You watch her go away from you. She's got some base width. Her feet hit the ground straight and square. She's got some natural width to their skeleton as well. You really like the shape of that heifer in her top and her rib shape. She's really round in that regard. Just a really nice individual that's got some future look to her. Another really good individual coming here in second till you watch that one go behind or from behind. Watch her go away from you. She gets a little bit bow-legged. She's just not quite as unique looking up through the front 1/3 of her body. A little bit more shoulder in her in comparison to our class winner, but a nice made, really complete kind of female that ends up going second. And we got a blaze face heifer, baldy coming here in third, real elongated, extended kind of female. Just gets a little bit piecier looking out here right there in her forerib and how it hooks to her shoulder. Not quite the cleanliness of neck is what we've got in the two that walked out ahead of her. And we get a real nicely designed one, real pretty kind of female here in fourth, just a little bit racier looking, a little bit harder bellied kind of heifer, just soften her up. Next heifer, a young lady here in the green vest, turning the corner, a heifer you really like from an overall skeleton standpoint. She's got a really nice look to her from a profile. She just gets a little bit shorter hipped. A heifer you like to see a little more extension in the front 1/3 of her body. And then a pair of heifers that follow in behind her that are a little greener condition-wise, a little bit piecier in the way they come to us. Young man's heifer's just got a little bit nicer look to her at this point, especially right there in her forerib and how it transitions to her shoulder. But both good kind of cattle. They just need more days on feed, a little more time, to a little more maturity to get them up any higher in this class.
Your Class 1, your Simmental Influence heifers. Congratulations to your class winner, Dalen Fessmeyer from Oklahoma Union. Second place, Tyler Pettigrew from Yukon. Third, Sutton Zello from Grove. Fourth, Cody Carver from Lexington. Fifth, Megan Masters. Sixth place, Grayson Campbell from Winoka. Seventh, Caitlin Campbell from Winoka 4-H. We now bring in Class 2 of your Simmental Influence heifers, Class 2.
May heifers wanted to definitely start this class with a real complete looking kind of heifer. It puts a lot of really good things together. You start at the ground on that one, how that one can get out and go. She's got some natural width to her skeleton. She's got some muscle shape incorporated in that. Just a real nice look to her. The only thing that concerns me just a little bit about her, or I like a little bit better about the heifer in second, is that she runs downhill just a little bit for me, but that's nitpicking a really nice heifer here out there in this class. So a nice place to start. Heifer coming here in second, just a little bit narrower built, not quite as opened up right behind her shoulders, not quite the natural thickness and spread to her in her rib cage coming off her spine is what we've got in our class winner, but real nicely balanced kind of female that gets out and goes with a lot of flexibility. Next heifer coming out, a little bit bigger outline kind of heifer, there's no doubt about that, but with that she's a little bit shorter hip. She doesn't move quite as nice. There's not quite the flexibility in her. She gets just a little bit shorter strided as you watch her go. Heifer coming here in fourth. Boy, Park, this one gets up higher in this class. There's no doubt about that. But when you get her in motion, that heifer wants to get up in her top. Really nicely made heifer, real fresh appearing out here. Just like to level her out in her spine. Next heifer coming out, sure one that you gravitate to from a maternal standpoint. You really like how soft made she is in the center part of her body, but a heifer that gets a little bit deeper and thicker in her neck by comparison. And then the young man's heifer that follows in behind her, sure one that you like from an overall muscle standpoint. She's really stout from one end to the other, just a little bit more refined in her bone work, not quite the overall extension in that heifer is what we've got in the heifers that walk out ahead of her. Getting into this class of these older May heifers, sure some differences out here in this particular class, but there's sure quality all the way through. End up using this red heifer to win. To me, she just puts enough of the good things together when you're talking about how this one can move. Her top stays right. She's got enough overall phenotype look to her. She's got some shape in her as far as muscle, and then it just complements what we've got as far as the natural body shape in her. The next two heifers just get a little bit tight as you watch them move. They want to both get up in their top just a little bit. Female ends up second, is just a little bit flatter shouldered kind of female. She blends in a lot nicer from her forerib to her shoulder. A female that's really nice up through her neck and head, the way she is really up-headed kind of female. You sure do like this heifer coming in third from her shoulders back. She's got a lot of natural shape in her, some turn to that top, some real thickness in that heifer, but to me, she wants to open up too much in her shoulder. You look at her from the front, and it really opens up and at the point of her shoulder. I just like to flatten her out in that regard. The Baldy heifer going out here in fourth, just a little bit shorter coupled kind of female, just not the overall extension and overall length of body that we've got in the three that go out ahead of her. Young man does a nice job getting this one shown. Same with the young man following in behind her. He's got a nice pattern to this heifer, just a little bit piecier looking. When he gets her parked out here, just like to see this one put together a little bit smoother and easier in her overall makeup.
Congratulations over here in your Class 2 to catch you up to speed. Class 2 placing in your Senetal Influence heifers. Your class winner was Tilden Smith from Navajo FFA, followed by Jenna Donaldson from Drummond. Third, Laney Marlette from Sharon Mutual. Fourth, Carson Young from Calera. Fifth, Riva Pickens from Stillwater FFA. Sixth, Cooper Streck from Kremlin Hillsdale. And in your Class 3 placing, congratulations to the class winner, Danny Dixon from Edmond, followed by Dalton Hall from Ripley. Third, Landry Coops from Plainview. Fourth, Cohen Varner for Tishomingo. And fifth, Blake Franks from Broken Arrow. We're now showing for your first division of Senetal Influence breeding heifers. First division.
Here in the percentage Semitals, and sure some really nice choices that we've had in these classes, and these seconds have a tremendous amount of quality as well. It's pretty easy for me. The two coming out of this division, you just got to make a decision where you put your priorities in this particular division. When I get to really evaluating or comparing the cattle, the one continue to go back to is the Baldy up there. She'll be your division champion. The heifer that coming out of the second class will be a reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Division 1 champion. Westmeyer from the Oklahoma Union FFA. Congratulations. And your reserve will be Tilden Smith from Navajo FFA. Congratulations. That's our first division. On our Simmental influence, we're moving right along to class number 4, class 4.
A single entry here on our Hereford side, a really long body, kind of a streamlined look to this heifer as you get off to her from the profile. I like her freshness, her composition. You know, she's got good hind leg stability. You know, we've seen cattle with maybe a little more to them in relation to their age, but you know, I like this heifer. She's straight in her line, she's strong in her top, but she still has some presence up front.
These late April percentages, boy, this is incredible, incredible class. This might be the best class I've seen in the last 2 days when you're just talking about good heifers from one end to the other. And it's very unfortunate that this young man down here on the end of this class is where he's at because he's got a good heifer. There's no doubt about it. He just hit a very bad class to be in with this much quality. It just depends on how you want to line them up. But to me, the one that wins is really wicked. I mean, that thing is nice when you really get to looking at what she has to offer, how she gets around the ring, the body and overall shape of that one, projecting her forward, the future that look to that one has is pretty incredible. Next heifer in line, just a little bit narrower made. There's just not quite as much heifer there, especially when you step in behind her. But boy, from a profile standpoint, unbelievable what this thing looks like. I mean, long neck, good lines in her, good top, good hip in her, tremendous the center part of her body, how much Springer ribs she has, the depth that she has at this stage of her life, and yet the condition that she's in is even better. She's very, very green in that regard. This baldy heifer is real intriguing. The amount of shape that she has in her, you don't really realize how shapely she is till you get right up on top of her. A really beautiful turn to her top, beautiful shape to her quarter. A heifer just gets a little bit easier in her top comparatively to the two that walk out ahead of her. Not quite as flexible when you get her in motion. Next heifer in line, this four-splay heifer. If you could take her from her shoulders back and change her from there forward, she wins this class. This is really a nice heifer. There's no doubt about it. She just gets a little bit shorter and thicker up through the front, 1/3 of her body, but from there back, this thing is nice. The way this one's put together, the natural shape in her, the natural capacity and overall Springer rib, very, very flexible, good at the ground as you watch that one go. Next heifer out, sure a nice look to her as well. She gives you a really good profile. She's good in her lines. And you get her in motion, she wants to get up in her top just a little bit, but really elegant and nice fronted in the front 1/3 of her body. Next heifer out, a real shapely kind of heifer, just gets a little bit rounder made kind of female in the way she comes to us in her shoulder and out through her hip, a little more refinement in her bone work. Next heifer out is a little more extended kind of heifer, just not quite the natural shape and muscle in her is what we've got in the cattle in front of her, but real nice in the way this one's put together in her top and out through her hip.
All right, we'll roll back, catch up on the results over here on the Pole Hereford side. Class 9 winner and Division 4 champion. Congratulations to Grady Carter from the Stratford FFA. Second place in reserve Division 4, Parker Irwin from Hartshorn 4-H Club. Henley Roberts from Cashion was third, and Abby McPhail from Pullum was fourth. In class number 10 and division champion, single entry Maisie Marshall from the Beaver 4-H Club. Congratulations, Division 4 and 5 exhibitors.
Class number 4 on the Simmental Influence side. Congratulations to your class winner, Maggie Griswold from Ripley FFA, followed by Laramie Sasser from Guthrie. Third, Hayes Anderson from Purcell. Fourth, Olivia Robbins from Chattanooga. Your fifth place, Julia Harris from Stillwater. Coming in sixth, Caledon Weaver from Fort Cobb Broxton 4-H. Seventh, Weston Matlock from Surreal. We now have Class 5. Class 5, your Simmental Influence heifers.
Class of these early April percentage heifers, real competitive class all the way through. A little challenging. You get to sorting through these or how you like them. No doubt the heifer to win this class does it pretty easily in my mind. Real complete in her kind. You like the overall design of that one. Heifer that puts a lot of really nice things together. You get her in motion, she can get out and go. That's what propels this heifer here in second where she's at. A really sound individual, no doubt about that. Watching her run around trying to get her caught out here. A heifer that's just a little bit off in her hip comparatively to cattle on either side of her, but so extended, so unique looking in the front 1/3 of her body is why she's positioned where she's at in this class. Real nice pattern to this red heifer coming here in third. Just not quite the bells and whistles to her. We've got in a couple of the heifers that walked out ahead of her, a nice look to her. There's incredible as far as the way this one's put together. Just like to see just a little bit more pizzazz to that heifer. A real round made kind of female. This Baldy, sure impressive from an overall muscle standpoint. Just like to smooth her up in her muscle shape to get her any higher in this class. And the young ladies, red heifer right there, real good lined heifer, real level out through her hip. You like the bone work that's underneath that one. Just a little bit tighter made kind of heifer in her overall capacity and depth of flank. Next heifer coming out is a real brute cow. Look to her, a little more chest in her than I prefer. Heifer that's put that condition where she doesn't need to, kind of throws her balance off, but no doubt a real easy flesh and easy doing kind of heifer. A little bit harder bellied, black and white one right here, but real straight line, real up-headed, real attractive one. Just needs more time to settle in and be a little bit more, see a little more capacity in that heifer. And then the Baldy that follows in behind her, just a little bit plainer looking kind of heifer, not quite as elegant up through the front 1/3 of her body. I just like to see that one extended a little bit more in that regard, a little more bone work underneath her to stouten her up.
Your class 6 of your Senecal influence heifers here in show ring number 1. Your class winner, congratulations to Ruth DeVore, followed by Graceland McClure. In third place, Grady Shine from Watonga. Fourth, Cambry Dick from Oklahoma Union. Fifth, Lakin Marlette from Sharon Mutual. Sixth place, Grant Bain from Elgin. Seventh, Allie Harrison from Westville FFA. In eighth place, Kylie Lemons from Empire. We now have class 6 of your Senecal influence heifers making their way into show ring number 1, class 6.
Boy, another incredible class here in the percentage Semitalls. They just keep coming in these calves. You look all the way down through this lineup. There's quality. There's good cattle. There's no doubt all these heifers will make a major impact and in breeding programs. These exhibitors, it's a really good class. This heifer to lead off this class, boy, she's really wicked looking too. I said that comment about another one that I've seen out here. You look at this heifer in her front end, and then what she has behind that, how much natural body dimension she has. She has some natural springer rib coming off of her spine. He just spun her in a circle there, and how flexible and fluid she is. When he gets her parked, whoa, she gives you just unbelievable look. The closest thing to her, and she's close. When she hit this young lady hit the ring, I thought for sure this was winning the class. I mean, I couldn't believe that there was going to be something that was going to beat this one in my mind. This is an unbelievable heifer as well, just a little bit shorter body. She doesn't have the extension in her as what we've got in our class winner, but what an unbelievably built one. She's just so smooth in the way she comes to us. Just extend this one out just a little bit by comparison, but when you look at her by herself, there's not much you could change about that heifer at all. A really nice, complete individual that ends up going second. One of the greener heifers is this red one coming out here in third. There's no doubt about that. A heifer, this Reed's future, big time. All she's got to do is just kind of gather herself up. She gets just a little bit easier in her top comparatively to the two that walk out ahead of her, but nice bone, big bone. All she's got to do is just continue to develop like she's doing. She's going to be very, very competitive on down the road. Next heifer coming out, if you just tweak her front end just a little bit, how she hits the ground, this is a very nice heifer as well. She's good bodied, she's maternal looking, just a little bit different as far as her structure and her skeleton comparatively to the ones that walk out ahead of her. Here's a heifer that's got some pretty unique pieces to her. Big legs underneath her, big overall skeleton, but with that, it's a little bit piecey out here. Just like to smooth that one up in her forerib and how it hooks to her shoulder and then out through her hip. The next heifer coming out, really a nice design animal as well, as far as being real maternal looking, good bodied, female that just shows brood cow. Reed's brood cow all over herself, just not quite the bells and whistles. And then the young man's Bronco-faced heifer here, a real nice pattern, her real sound skeleton kind of female, just not quite enough heifer here when you really get to looking at how much muscle shape that she has in her.
Congratulations over here in your class 6 of your Semitol Influence heifers. Your class winner, Tug Kennedy from Wagner FFA. Second place, Jalen Bird from Perkins 4-H. Third, Kylie Callis from Minko. Your fourth, Micah Brumley from Rush Springs. Fifth, Cody Heath from Piedmont. Sixth, Brady Olson from Nowata. Seventh, Emma Robson from Bristow FFA. Also like to make the announcement in case you have not heard, the Supreme Heifer Drive at 6 o'clock will be right here in this building. Due to weather conditions and for safety of the animals, they will have the Supreme Drive here at 6 o'clock right here in this building.
All right, we're going to gather you up to speed over here in the Pole Hereford side. The placings in class number 12 were first place, congratulations, Colvin Lewis from the Comanche 4-H. Taz Heck from the Latta 4-H was second. Third place, Kendall Devine
Get into this class of these percentage Semitalls. There's sure some quality again all the way down through this class. There's some gives and takes up here on the front end of this class, but for me, this heifer that wins does it pretty handily. When you really look at the condition that this one's in at this stage of her life, the extension from one end to the other, how good she is at the ground as you watch that one go, really a nice individual that's got a really bright future in front of her. There's no doubt about that. This heifer coming here in second is a little more ready today. There, you can sure bet on that as far as the condition wise. She just gets a little bit uncoordinated when you get this one in motion, how she handles her legs. Not quite as big, as much substance of bone underneath this female, but you sure do like what's above that as far as her completeness, her body, the overall look of her. A real shapely heifer coming here in third. You really like that about her, up high in her skeleton, out through her hip, down into that quarter. She just gets a little bit piecier looking right there in her forerib and down in her chest and her front end. I just like to sleek that up a little bit by comparison to the heifer that goes out in front of her. And same with this next heifer. You cut this one off from her shoulders back, beautifully made, big bone, big bodied, good hip in her. Just like to change that heifer up through her front end, a little bit shorter, thicker neck kind of female. We actually have a little nicer neck female or fronted female coming out next right here in front of me now, but with that she gets a little bit narrower made. There's just not as much natural thickness, and in heifer there's what we've got in the cattle that walk out ahead of her. Really good in her structure and her skeleton, the way she can go. Next heifer coming out, just a little bit more chest than I prefer. Doesn't balance up quite as nicely as some of the other heifers in this class. And the young man back here got a really nice pattern to this heifer. She balances up good. She has some overall extension, just not quite the natural depth of body and spring of rib and enough capacity in her to get her any higher in this class.
Over here on the ring number 1 and your Simmental influence side, your Class 7 placings and results. Congratulations to your class winner, Kylie Elmore from Garfield County 4-H, followed by Aiden O'Kelly from Oklahoma County. Third, Jack Griswold from Ripley. Fourth, Cade Henricks from Okarche. Your fifth place, Kristen Hansen from Eufaula. Sixth, Allison Dillingham from Coweta. Seventh, Kason Weaver from Fort Cobb Broxton, FFA. We now have Class 8 of your Simmental influence heifers in the show ring, Class 8.
Getting into this class of February heifers, sure some differences out here amongst these 5 females. Starting out this class, just the most complete female to me when you really get to looking at how this one's constructed in her body and her shape and her overall correctness as you watch her hit the ground. Puts a lot of really nice things together. A little bit greener kind of heifer coming here in second. There's no doubt about that. She just gets a little more opened up in her shoulder for me. Doesn't quite balance up quite as nicely for me to get her around that heifer that wins this class. But a heifer that you sure like the look of her as far as condition. I think a really bright future in front of that one as she continues to develop. This heifer here in third is sure a unique kind of individual. Hopefully at some point this heifer will belly down just a little bit because she is so good in her top and out through her hip, real shapely kind of heifer. She's got a little more chest in her and just not quite enough depth of body in her to balance that one out the way you would like that one, but really good at the ground. You like how flexible she is when you ask her to take off and go. Just a real nicely balanced kind of female coming here in fourth, just real honest. Nothing really blows you away about her. No real bells and whistles to her, but just a real functional, practical kind of heifer that ends up going fourth. Then the young lady's heifer that follows in behind her, just not quite enough heifer there. She's got a real nice look to her as far as the way that one's designed. She's really angular and feminine. Just like to see just more of her to get her any higher in this class.
Congratulations to your Class 8 winner on your Simmental Influence side. It's Hadley Harrell from Visa FFA, followed by Rio Kate Mitchell from Craig County 4-H. Third, Kaylee Shine, Watonga. Fourth, Maylee Brown from Pawnee. And fifth, Tammy Callison from the Burlington 4-H. We'll bring in Class 9. Class 9 Simmental Influence heifers.
Got the Januaries here, and the percentage Semitol is the last class in this next division of percentages. And boy, what a nice class it is from one end to the other. A little bit different up here on the front end. You kind of got to decide on what you like or what you prefer. I end up going with a little bit greener kind of female to win this class, a little more extension from one end to the other. She's definitely greener up high in her body than that heifer that comes in second, but down low, you'd sure like to change her down in her chest to clean her up just a little bit as far as that goes, but very functional, very loose as the way this one goes, very flexible as you watch her move. Nice pattern to this heifer coming here in second. There's no doubt about that. Real soft made, real brood cow look to her. She's just not as extended as what we've got in our class winner, not quite the extension in the front 1/3 of her body. Nice pattern to this heifer as well, coming here in third. Just kind of wants to get up in her top just a little bit in motion, just a little bit out there as far as not enough depth of flank in this particular female to balance her upright, but really unique looking in the front 1/3 of her body. Next heifer coming out, real good looking as far as when he's got her parked, you get her in motion. She wants to short stride just a little bit. You'd like to see that one move with a little bit more flexibility. Young man right there in the green that's going next here in fifth, really stout, big, powerful kind of heifer, high-performing kind of female. Just like to pretty that one up. Not quite the bells and whistles that we've got in some of the cattle in the rest of this class. And then the young man's Baldy here, sure one that you like from an overall length standpoint. It's got some natural dimension to it as far as shape and overall muscle. Just like to see this one put together just a little bit nicer in the way this one comes to us in this class.
Your Class 9 placings over here in the Semitol Influence. Congratulations to your class winner, Olivia Jones from Meeker 4-H. Second place, Gracie Stonebarger from Midway. Coming in third, Kylie Derrick from Boise City. Fourth, Rylan Reno, Cheyenne. Fifth, Clark Van Zant, Mangum. Sixth, Brady Wilkerson from Kingston. And now show for Division 2. Division 2. Your Semitol Influence.
Sim Solutions. This is kind of like the division in the purebreds we just looked at. I mean, how you really can't go wrong in what you're going to pick out here, and maybe you'd have something else winning the class, and that's perfectly fine. You want to use one of these seconds, go. I mean, because they're really nice as well. This has just been incredible when you get these back out here, and sometimes you're thinking after you do a class, well, maybe I should have switched that pair, but then you get these back out here. No, I think I was right when I really got to looking at the similarities of the class winners as they come back out. You know, sure, they're not exactly the same, but the thing about it is they're very, very similar in their look, their soundness, the way they can get out and go. You know, the future that some of these heifers exhibit out here is going to be incredible. I mean, hopefully I get this right. I don't know. I don't know if I will, but some of these things are just unbelievable with what they look like they're going to do later as big ones, how they're going to develop. And sure, that's going to be a lot on management, how they're managed. But, I mean, there is so much future look to these things is pretty incredible at this age of their life. The condition that most of these are in is impeccable. I think they're endless opportunities for a lot of these heifers as time goes on. You know, I don't know, like I said, I don't know if I'm going to get this right as far as which ones are going to keep going as big ones or be the best ones as big ones. I'm just going to use the ones I like today that I think will, and hopefully I'm right. But give them all a great round of applause in this second division. Your division champion comes out of the first class down there. Your reserve, I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't close to be champion, but for reserve, you're just splitting hairs. The one I keep going back to in this division for reserve is the young man right here in the blue. He'll have a reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your Division II winner, Maggie Griswold, and your reserve will be Tug Kennedy.
Getting this class of December, there's a lot of similarities between these four heifers out here. They're all real shapely looking out here. They got some natural thickness to them. Just depends on how you like them as far as their overall build. To me, the freshest looking, the smoothest pattern is this young man in yellow that's leading off this class. One of the stouter ones of the four out here is this heifer coming here in second. Really thick made kind of female. She's got some natural muscle in her, yet she's still feminine enough looking to get her in this second position. This heifer coming here in third, sure one that you like from an overall length of body, length of hip in her. She gets a little more upright in her shoulder. Heifer that kind of wants to open up in her shoulder as you view this heifer from the front. I like to extend that one out a little bit more in her front end. Then the young man's body, real nice pattern to her, just no bells and whistles to her, just a little bit plainer looking by comparison to these heifers in here, a little bit shorter in the way this one moves as you watch this one travel around the ring.
Congratulations to your Class 10 winner, Kason Weaver from the Fort Cobb Broxton FFA. Second place, Lane Hamlin from Skiatook. Third, Georgia Lasky from Vanoss. Fourth, Sawyer Spears from Tecumseh. We'll move to Class 11 of your Simmental Influence heifers.
Females out here get to really looking at and comparing the cattle out here. The freshest one, the nicest fronted, the most extended kind of females, this one we're leading off with. She's the freest moving, the most flexible when you get them in motion. Gives up just a little bit as far as substance of bone to the next two heifers, but I really like how this one's designed, the maternal look to her, and I think going forward, really a nice complete kind of female. This heifer here in second sure gravitate to from her shoulders back. She is really nice in her overall pattern. She's level hipped. She's got some bone underneath her. You like to just extend that heifer out in her front end, take a little bit of chest out of her. That way she balances up just a little bit nicer. And a real good looking black baldy here. The young man's got here in third. You have to be impressed with the overall stoutness and power in that one. Just a little bit plainer looking out here, a little shorter strided as you watch her travel around the ring.
Congratulations to Class 11 winners, Devin Frazier from Meeker FFA, followed by Clara Wright from Noble. Third, Cord Clem from Poto 4-H. We'll move right into Class 12 of your Simmental Influence heifers. Class 12 into the show ring.
I don't know who lined these up in the back, but they did a really nice job because that's the way I like them in this class. And it worked out fantastic that really nobody had to move very much out here. This heifer to lead off this class is no doubt the freshest in my mind in this particular class. A heifer that you really like, how good she is in her top, how level she is out through her hip. A very elegant female when you get her in motion. Nice place to start in this class. Next heifer coming out is the most like her for me out here. She's just a little bit shorter fronted kind of female, a little more chest in her, kind of throws her balance off, or she doesn't balance up quite as nicely as what our heifer does that leads off the class. A little bit bigger outline female coming here in third, there's no doubt about that, but with that heifer to me is a little more jammed up in her front end. She doesn't have the angularity and femininity that we've got in the two that walk out ahead of her, not quite the maternal look to this heifer, but boy, you have to be impressed how stout she is, how good looking she is. Real up-headed heifer. Just change that one's front end just a little bit to get her higher in this class. This red and white, when it ends up being fourth, just hit a really tough class because this is a nice heifer. There's no doubt this one's going to lay down and have some really nice calves. She's really unique looking up through her front end. She's got enough forerib in her. It's a little bit, we need to see just a little bit more flank, or I'd like to see just a little bit more depth of flank in her. Gives up a little bit as far as overall substance and power to that heifer right in front of her. And then we got a really nice blue roan here, one that you like as far as her durability. I think is going to be an excellent cow when she gets to that point. My compliments to this young lady on that. Nice class from top to bottom in these these fall heifers.
Congratulations to your Class 12 winner here on the Simmental Influence side. Creed Jackson from the Anadarko 4-H, followed by Pearson Plagg from Guthrie. Third, Gage Ratzlaff from Lindsay. Fourth, Shada Carpenter from Mustang. Fifth, Tashlyn Smith from Newkirk. Class 13 making their way into the show ring. Class 13 of the Simmental Influence heifers.
Broody kind of female to start out with in this class. Female you really like. How soft this one's made, and yet still good in her lines and level out through her hips. She's got some natural depth of flank to her to balance everything out. This heifer coming here in second sure does give you a nice look from a profile standpoint. Just not quite as soft made, a little bit higher flank kind of female, but one that gets a little more refined in her bone work as well. Same with the next heifer coming out. Real shapely kind of heifer, but just not quite enough bone in this female. Gets a little bit easier in her top. You like to push her tail head back down into her spine when you get that one in motion. Then the young lady's coming here in fourth. Real nice look to this and really extended kind of female. Just not enough of her. Female you'd sure like to just power up, give her a little more softness in her overall makeup.
Congratulations here to your Class 13 winner here on the Simmental Influence side, Bryson Miller, class winner from Chandler FFA, followed by Taylor White, Cushing, third, Mackenzie Smith from Elgin, fourth, Hannah Lear from Coweta. Now show for Division 3 champion and reserve champion, Simmental Influence, Division 3.
Percentage Simmental, sure some quality like I talked about in those classes. And I think some really good cow prospects when you really get to looking at these out here and what they can do. And for breeding programs, going to be really interesting and fun for these exhibitors and families as they go forward. There's a couple heifers out here that don't. They're not, I'm not going to say they fit together, but they're a lot alike, a lot of similarities, just a little bit different in their front ends, how they come to us. But from a body standpoint and a soundness standpoint, they're very, very similar. And the two that are going to win this division, this young lady turning right here, she'll be your division champion. The young lady that was second to her in class will be a reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Division 3 champion, Devin Frazier from the Meeker FFA, and your reserve out of that same class, Clara Wright Louisville FFA. Congratulations to both of them on Division III champion and reserve champion Simmental Influence heifers. We move right to Class 14. Class 14 of your Simmental Influence. 2 head in Class 14.
End up using a July heifer here, this black baldy, to win this out of this pair of heifers. To me, just a little bit fresher pairing out here. One that's got a little more flexibility, has a little more reach when you get them in motion. Female to me is a little more genuine in her overall depth of body than the all black heifer that comes in second. Heifer that gets a little more jammed up in her front end, a little more condition in that area. You just like to clean her up, extend her out in far as her front end.
Congratulations to your class winner of Class 14, Eli Sliger from Tupelo FFA, followed by Corbin Sawyer from Quentin. We'll go to Class 15. Class 15 of your Simmental Influence heifers. Calling Class 15.
Well, we get into these May and June percentage heifers, end up using this the youngest heifer in the class this June, this yellow heifer to win. Boy, what a nice pattern to this one. A brood cow written all over her, starting to make an udder already. So nice up through the front 1/3 of her body. Big ribbed in this female. Has got enough muscle and everything kind of fits together on her. Maybe not quite as good a chested as what we've got in this heifer coming here in second, but way more flexible and way easier moving kind of female than this heifer going here in second. She wants to get up in her top just a little straighter hock kind of female than does the yellow heifer that wins this particular class. Next heifer coming out, real extended kind of female. You sure do like the overall length of body, length of spine, length of front end. Heifer just doesn't have quite enough natural shape in her to balance her up just exactly right or better than the two that walk out ahead of her. Next heifer coming out, real shapely kind of female. Good as far as her natural muscle and design in that regard. A little more chest in her than I prefer. Heifer, I'd just like to see just a little farther along in calf or a little more maternal look to her to get her any higher in this class. Another real good looking one right here as far as the way this one's put together. Her completeness, you get her in motion, she gets just a little bit shorter tracking. Just like to free this one up as you put that one in motion. Nice pattern to this red heifer, balances up really nice. Another one that's just a little bit shorter moving. Just like to see this one move out with a little more reach and flexibility. Nice baldy that comes in behind her. Young man's got her in really nice condition at this age. Like to see just her like to see that heifer a little bit farther along in calf. She kind of wants to drop her pins when you get that one in motion. Just raise her up in that regard. But excellent quality from top to bottom in this class.
Congratulations to Avery Stagg. She'll be your Class 15 winner from Purcell 4-H, followed by Cole Honeywell from Garber. Third, Jonathan Wright from Stratford. Fourth, Creed Campbell, Timberlake. Fifth place, Caden Campbell from Timberlake. Sixth, Jet Dorman from Braid Oil. Seventh, Ari Edwards from Elgin. Will now show for Division 4 champion and reserve champion.
Two of them that just are on a little bit different level as far as quality and what they have to offer. I'm not trying to take anything away from the other two, but when you really get to looking at the cattle, the two of them that come out of this division are these two that won the last class. This yellow one will be your division champion. The black one right here in front of me will be reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Avery Stagg. She'll be
We get in this class of Aprils, there's sure some quality from one end to the other. Again, I've said that before in a number of these classes, but it's definitely true in this class as well. Get up here on this front end, this pair of heifers is pretty close. There's no doubt about it. I end up using this black and white one. To me, she's just a little bit smoother made from one end to the other. You cannot deny how much stoutness and power she's got in her, and yet she's still elegant enough up through that front end. Same with this red heifer. You sure do appreciate that about her. She probably opens up a little bit more in her shoulder than does the black heifer. When you really start comparing the cattle out here, both of them can get out and walk and move with a lot of flexibility, and that's a really good thing about both these heifers at this stage of their life. But one of the greener heifers, the greenest heifer, one of the greenest ones coming here in third. There's no doubt about that. Heifer that just gives you a really nice look out here. There's just not as much heifer here as what we've got going out in front of her. Young lady does an incredible job getting her shown. I like this heifer a lot. If you could just stouten this one up comparatively, those two ahead of her. This black baldy coming out next, real smooth made kind of female. Done a really nice job with her hair, real fresh appearing out here as far as her hair coat, a little more chest in her, a little more neck in her as far as being a little crusty out here. Like to take that out of her, but a real high-headed, good-looking one that ends up going fourth. Young lady got a really long, extended kind of female to close with back here. A heifer that gets just a little bit piecier looking in her forerib and how it hooks to her shoulder, just not opened up as much as far as her skeleton is what we've got in the four that walk out ahead of her, but a good kind of animal, no doubt going to be an excellent brood cow.
Perry 4-H. Second place, Carter Chambers from Alec FFA. Third, Taylor Oto from Ponca City. Fourth, Knox Cook from Fort Gibson. And fifth, Jessica Hobaugh from Newkirk FFA. We'll now go to Class 17 of your Simmental Influence.
Well, here's another really good class. You get into these March percentages. The one that wins this thing does it really nice. They're handily. We get this one, as soon as she hits the ring, the way this one can go, very flexible. She has a tremendous amount of reach to her. Real fresh out here, condition-wise, starting to make a little bit of an udder underneath there. Looks like that's going to be really good when she gets to that point, but boy, what a nice pattern to this one. Bounces up extremely good. Real high-headed kind of female. Same with the next heifer coming out here in this lineup. A little bit deeper chested kind of heifer. Deeper at the point of her shoulder is this one coming in second, and that's why she cannot get around that one that's winning this class, because you do like how bold ribbed she is, how bold sprung she is from one end to the other. No doubt the brood cows are the two coming here in third and fourth. A little bit narrower design kind of females. You just tremendous udder coming underneath this heifer here in third. A female, to me, the calf's starting to pull her apart just a little bit. The bigger it gets inside of her, tail head's coming up out of her. As you can tell, just like to see just a little bit more natural shape in her when you're comparing her to those two heifers that walk out ahead of her. A little more chest in both these, but there's just a little bit more cow power in this one, the Baldy, that the young man's got going here in third than does the heifer here in fourth. But sure, a nice pattern to this one's going to be a real money maker for her, for this exhibitor. As sound as she is in her overall makeup, just an excellent individual that ends up going fourth. Next heifer out, a little bit farther along in calf than what does the heifer behind her, it looks like, or appears at this point. Really long and extended, good hip in this female, just not quite as much overall substance and power as what we've got in some of the cattle that walk out of her. Young lady's done a really nice job getting this one presented back here. There's no doubt about that. Really fresh-haired, good-haired kind of heifer. Just a little bit more tubular looking, not quite as far along, or needs to be a little farther along in calf to get her any higher in this class.
Congratulations to your Class 17 winner, Carson Ball from Chandler FFA, followed by Camden Weatherly from Ponca City. Third, Hudson Prater from Grady County. Your fourth place, Charlie Mock from Yukon. Fifth, Trapper Case from Moreland. Sixth, Kenley O'Neill from Medford. Class 18, our final class of your Simmental Influence heifers into the show ring.
Nice way to end up here in the Simmental Influence class like this with three really incredible kind of females out here and one to lead off with that's already in production. It's already taking the guesswork out of what one can do when you lay down and have a calf like this, and it's a month old, so she's doing a nice job. The udder quality is fantastic on that cow. So I mean, there's so many positives to her. She's regained her composure out here. She's got enough body. She balances up extremely well to win this class. Nice heifer, no doubt, here in second. One that you really gravitate to for her shape. I mean, she's got some natural shape and dimension to her. A little bit off as far as being comparison, as far as being farther along in calf as our class winner, but sure, a really unique kind of female, really nice up through her front end, very feminine, very angular, very brood cow looking. Same with this heifer coming in third, a heifer that's the greenest of the trio out here, no doubt about that. And with that, there's just not as much heifer here, but really nice in the way this one comes to us. It looks like she's going to go on and be an excellent, excellent brood cow for all the maternal look that she exhibits out here. Just not quite enough muscle and shape in her to get her higher in this class.
Congratulations to your Class 18 winner, Riley Eccles from Holdenville FFA. Second place, Riata Bozaiden from Winoka. Third, Ashton Gamble from Sealing. We'll now show for Division 5, champion and reserve champion, Simmental Influence. Division 5.
Now we're going to pick this last division here in the Sim Solutions, and I really haven't done this today very much, but I'm going to talk this division because of what we've got out here, because it's worth talking about. And I know you've heard me talk a lot or too much already today, but we're almost done, so this will be basically one of the last times I talk. So they talk about this heifer that wins the first class in this division. Boy, what a stout individual. There's just so much power in this one in true dimension. I mean, that's a heifer that's got a lot of three-dimensional to that female right there, and yet still looks like a heifer. Not quite as far along maternally is a couple of them out here, but I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's just the way it is. But you have to be so impressed with the overall shape and the design of that one and how she comes to us in condition-wise. Same with this heifer that comes out of that second class right here. So fresh in the way she comes to us, condition, in the condition she's in, a heifer that's so complete in her overall makeup. A heifer you really gravitate to because of how she's designed. You know, it's hard to make them like this and this good looking, yet still have enough shape in them and enough body that everything balances up. And we got this pair back here. And when you want to really think about the cow business or the industry, you know, why would you want them any different than this? A heifer that's in production, so she's taking all the guesswork out, whether she is going to have a calf or what her udder will look like, whether she'll give enough milk, blah, 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 blah. You know, and then the design like this, so good up through her front end, real fresh appearing. They've done a tremendous job with the condition on this cow, bringing her back. And whether she lost very much or not, I don't know. But she looks incredible the way she is right now in her overall makeup. You know, the calf, sure, okay, he's not maybe the prettiest thing that we've ever seen, but we all breed him to first calf heifer bull, so we don't really expect a lot other than just to get a live calf out of him, and that's what they got. And today, in today's world, that's worth a lot of money. A calf is better than no calf when the prices are where they're at today. And then when you look at these second places over here, what they have to offer, you know, that red heifer that is second to our first class winner, what a tremendous individual as well, the way that one's put together. The heifer right behind me right now, so good in the way this one is put together. You're real unique looking up through her front end, big legs underneath her. That heifer is definitely going to raise something when it comes that time. The heifer that was second to this pair over here, if it wasn't for the pair, she'd win this class easy. So fresh in her condition, so much to offer. Those folks have done a fantastic job getting that one presented. So this has been a fantastic lineup of these older heifers, and I've talked way more than what I thought I was going to. At this point, give them a great round of applause. The cow wins this division. For reserve, I like the heifer coming out of this first class. She'll be your reserve division champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Division 5 champion coming out of Class 18, Riley Eccles, and your reserve will come out of Class 16, Ruth DeVork, for your Division 5 champion and reserve champion. I think all of our division winners are about lined up and ready to show for your overall champion Simmental influence, and your reserve and bronze as well. We'll have three. You'll pick three.
Well, we're going to pick this champion, or I guess I'm picking 3 again. Is that correct? So, yeah, we're just admiring what's out here and more so your children and how they've got these things set up and parked and what they can do with them is really impressive. I'm not going to go through and talk each one of these again. There's no doubt you've heard me talk enough the last 2 days, so we're getting to the end of this, but this has been an incredible show along with the other ones I've done the last 2 days. But the one thing about it, there's a pair of them out here that fit together closer than I've ever probably had to pick out of 2 of them in any breed. When you really look at how they're designed and what they have to offer and just their kind, there's a pair of them out here that are just so close in the way they come to us. It's just so impressive throughout this whole breed. And, you know, I've said something that you'll show you how it's going to all turn out, but just so impressed with the quality of your children, how they can get these things shown. So as we get to this point, give each and every one of them a great round of applause. They thoroughly deserve it. They've earned it. You know, they've done just a fantastic job out here getting these cattle shown. Again, thank you for having me. I'll go pick you 3 for this champion sim solution.
Congratulations to Maggie Griswold with your champion Simmental Influence. And your reserve will be Tug Kennedy. And the bronze coming out of the last division, Riley Eccles. Congratulations. We'll now show for our Simmental Influence bred and owned division.
We'll get these back out here for this champion bred and owned percentage. They don't even have to get these things stopped. There's 3 of them that fit together really well, and I like the way they come into the ring. What they have to offer is really impressive for this part being bred and owned and what they've had to do to get them to this point. The young lady's yellow one will be your champion. The young lady's red one's going to be reserve, and the black one right behind her will be 3rd overall. Congratulations.
Avery Staggs will be your champion, bred and owned. Congratulations. Kylie Callis with the reserve. And Gracie Stonebarger will be your bronze. Congratulations.